Oh, mic check 1 2 1 2. Okay, sorry about that. So as I was saying, was previewing the fight there, but yeah, for whatever reason, yeah, I didn't add it on. But yeah, I was previewing the fights there. But nonetheless, here we go. We're gonna get into the Cali Crash Out stream right now. Okay, so let's get to this right here. Okay, so the first story of the evening that we're going to get into right now. Here we go. LA.
Meantime, we are following more breaking news, this time out of the San Fernando Valley. That is where a woman was shot after reportedly being followed to her Studio City home. LAPD says the woman was in the parking garage on Kentucky Drive. This was around 11:15 when two suspects in masks opened fire at the victim. The woman was wounded in the leg and then rushed.
So they basically followed her in her home and then just opened fire at her. Man, that is scary.
To a local hospital. The suspects do remain outstanding and were last seen heading east on Cachoeira Boulevard. It is still unclear what triggered the shooting.
You see, they don't even know what triggered this whole entire shooting, right? There's no clear motive or anything like that. And that should really scare you. Nonetheless, this is why I really emphasize to a lot of people that, man, you need to stay dangerous. You need to strap up and you need to protect yourself at all times, man. There's just really no wake-up call other than that, especially when you hear situations like this where people just go and open fire at you for no reason. I mean, obviously there's a reason. Perhaps the reason could be that, hey, you know what? Maybe they wanted to rob her. But either way, man, you got to really keep yourself protected around here. All right, so we go from LA down back to Sacramento. Let's hear this right here.
I want something done, of course, for my kids' sake, you know, for my family's sake.
The North Sacramento community is voicing growing concerns after a string of shootings.
It's 4 shootings in less than a week, unfortunately, and within.
So apparently there have been 4 shootings going on in Sacramento in a string of a week. That's got to tell you, man, you know what? There's something going on there. But again, it's just business as usual in Sacramento, California, right? It's just the way that it is. Now, we don't know what the shootings are about. We don't know what the reason is. My guess is as good as anybody else's, but let's find out some more right here.
An alarming number of rounds.
Police say more than 200 rounds were fired in total. The first shooting on March 4th happened on Janet Way, just steps away from Vanessa Ferreira's home. A neighbor took this photo of a bullet hole in their wall.
It's definitely concerning because we have kids, and knowing that it went through somebody's home, wouldn't want that happening, you know, here to our house.
Sacramento police confirm no.
Now, here's the thing that you got to understand, right? Nobody, at least anybody with any kind of decency, right, is going to want to harm kids in any kind of way or harm innocent people, right? Because if this is my estimation or my guess, this is just one of these type of scenarios where there's a targeted effort between conflicting parties, right? And if so, they really have to keep it within that particular party of circle rather than letting it leak to innocent civilians. But again, sometimes easier said than done. It is what it is. And you know what? Here's another thing. I'm surprised that people still do residential shootings, considering that there is like Ring cameras all over, you know, different neighborhoods, or at least you would think, right? There's just a lot of cameras nowadays, but still people go out and slide and do what they need to do regardless.
No one was injured in any of the 4 shootings and are now working to determine who is responsible.
It'll definitely be a large part of our investigation to see if there is any relation, the motive behind them, the circumstances leading up to them.
And while that investigation continues, Smith says the community safety is their top priority.
Whether it's this neighborhood, you know, somewhere else in the city, if we have the information to support, you know, that we need more resources in a certain area, we try to make that happen.
In the meantime, residents like Ferreira are taking steps to protect themselves and their families.
I definitely avoid being out late. We have cameras.
Okay, well, as I was suspecting, right, they do have cameras, which is, I don't know how effective that is, right? I don't know how much they really solve cases. And also the quality of these cameras can also come into play, like depending on what type of cameras each person has. I mean, who knows, right? Who knows what it is that they can capture, what they can't. But it is a different world nowadays. I mean, you can take into consideration the fact that, hey, a Tesla has full-blown cameras inside and outside of the car. So whatever it is that you do, whatever activities you're doing with a Tesla, it's going to record literally everything, right? But we'll see where this goes. Obviously, a string of shootings. We don't know if there's going to be any, any follow-up to this, but we'll see.
All around the house, double our locks. We try to stay really aware.
And Sacramento police ask anyone with information about these shootings to contact them immediately.
All right. So next one. This is also in Sacramento. This is sort of in the prison side of things, but let's go to this one right here.
An investigation's underway right now after an inmate died at the Sacramento County main jail after a fight with a cellmate. Deputies responded to the 4th floor of the jail around 7 o'clock last night. Officials say an inmate.
Okay, so for those of you that have ever been to downtown Sacramento, somewhere near Old Sac, this is literally located within that vicinity right there. It's literally within running or walking distance from Old Sac, and also not too far away from the Golden One Arena where the Kings play as well.
It pushed their emergency button inside the cell. They found an unresponsive inmate. He died. The other inmate, Sergei Gutso, told deputies there had been a fight inside the cell. He was arrested. The sheriff's office says Gutso was in the main jail on an order to produce. That's a directive for jails and prisons to bring an inmate in custody to appear in court. He has been in custody since June of 2024. He was picked up from court.
So apparently this is the guy that is involved in this fight that led to the demise of this gentleman, right? So he was in jail in order to produce. So basically they brought him there to make sure that he was going to show up in court. They've been in there since June. So I think he's waiting, sentenced to life without the possibility of parole for a murder in Los Angeles County in 2015. So you're dealing with a guy that has literally nothing to lose, right? So for him to get into this fight and for him to end this guy's life, I mean, what else was he going to lose, right? You know what? Some guys, when they're trying to do their time, they avoid things like this only because they don't want more time added on. Well, you're dealing with a guy that is sentenced to life. So that's a dangerous person to mess with on the inside.
State prison. He was sentenced to life without parole for a murder in LA County in 2015. He also has a separate sentence of 51 years to life for a robbery and attempted murder.
You know what? Let's look up who this guy is. Let's do a little side mission right now, right? What is this guy's name? This guy's name is Sergei Gutso. Sergei Gutso. Okay. Okay, so this is the one because this is in Sonoma County, so this has something to do with it. Okay, so trial ends for 2 Windsor armored car robbery suspects. One of the 2 men on trial this year is Windsor's armed car robbery was bowed out, pleading no contest to charges carrying a maximum sentence of life. Okay, so this is the slide right here. Oh, wow. Okay. What happened here? Okay, let's read the captions from slide 1 and on, okay? So Windsor firefighters and Bell paramedics tend to Loomis shooting victim in a Chase Bank in Windsor of July 12, 2016. Okay, Windsor firefighters, Bell paramedics tend to... Okay, so this is the same thing. Okay, an armored personnel carrier transports law enforcement down Highway 128, Foothill Boulevards as they search for Windsor robbery suspects in Calistoga. Tuesday, July 12, 2016. Okay, Sergey Gutsto, 24 years old of Antelope. So this guy's from Antelope, and he went down to L.A., and Ivan Morales, 23, of Lakeport, talked with their lawyers, Jonathan Steele and Jeff Mitchell, in the Sonoma County Superior Court on Tuesday. The pair face attempted murder, robbery, and conspiracy charges stemming from Tuesday robbery outside of the Chase Bank branch at the Safeway Lakewood Shopping Center in East Windsor. So here's Gutso being yielded into the Sonoma County Superior Court, an attempted murder and conspiracy. Okay, so next one, and that's basically his okay, so that is the backstory of this gentleman right here. Let's see if we have any more on this particular matter. I think there is more right here. Let's see if we can pull up this one right here. Okay, so man handed life sentence for killing San Dimas sandwich shop owner during a robbery. Okay, so it was a sandwich shop owner that he okay. Sacramento County man was sentenced Tuesday to life in prison with a possibility of parole. Let's hear if we can just play this right here.
Man handed life sentence for killing.
Go ahead. Okay, here we go.
Man handed life sentence for killing San Dimas sandwich shop owner during robbery. A Sacramento County man was sentenced Tuesday to life in prison without parole for fatally shooting the owner of a Quiznos in San Dimas during a robbery. On February 2, a jury convicted Sergey Gutsu, 31, of Antelope of murder, robbery, and 2 counts of assault with a firearm, court records show. The life without parole sentence stems from the fact the murder occurred during a robbery. In addition, he was sentenced to 25 years to life for using a gun to commit the robbery.
Man, without a possibility of parole, put that in perspective, right? This guy was trying to come up on whatever it is that he was trying to come up on, right? I mean, look, the economy is hard nowadays. People got to try. They got to do what they got to do. Look, I've had homies that have done similar situations to this, and I'm not speaking about anything that is an open case or anything like that. This is something that they've already gone to prison for and have came back home for, right? This is just the reality of life. This is just what it is out here in California. You know, people are trying to make it. There's high rent, high mortgage, high costs of living, the price of eggs, you name it. But that is what it is. Now, I'm not saying it's an excuse or anything like that, but just kind of giving you a perspective on what's driving some of these people to do this.
He served consecutively. Deputy District Attorney Steve Dickman said he and Deputy District Attorney Louis Avila Jr. prosecuted the case. Gutsu robbed the sandwich shop of a little over $200, then shot Praveen Patel on June 2, 2015. The prosecutor said he was a boxer and could have punched the victim instead of shooting him, Dickman.
So, all right, Sergey Gutsu, probably Ukrainian or some kind of Eastern European, what he is. So obviously he was a boxer. Okay, so good. There's a combat sports link to this particular story that we could run with. So once again, just sort of running off of random right now. So, all right, let's get on with this.
Added. It was a horribly vicious, remorseless killing, he said. Gutsu admitted to Los Angeles County Sheriff's detectives that he shot Patel because he resisted, according to Dickman. Cynthia Ewan, a deputy public defender who represented Gutsu, declined comment after the sentencing. Before this trial, Gutsu already had been sentenced for an armed truck robbery in Sonoma County in which his accomplice shot and wounded the armed truck guard. Gutsu shot at an officer who followed their getaway vehicle.
And that's what it was right there.
The gun he used to shoot at the officer was the same gun used to shoot Patel, Dickman said. Gutsu heads to Sacramento next, where he is a suspect in a 2013 murder. Dickman said details about
So he
that
used
murder
the
were
same
not
weapon.
available. He's a very dangerous person, Dickman said. Gutsu had ties to the San Gabriel Valley. He grew up in
Okay, so
Arcadia,
he
a
had
sheriff's
homies down
detective
south.
said. On
While he
June
grew
2,
up in an area
2015,
in
he went to the
California, in
Quiznos at
Sacramento.
1034 W. Arrow Highway in San Dimas. There were 2 customers there. One customer testified that Gutsu went to the cooler, took bottled water, put it on the counter, then pointed a gun at them. He demanded money or said he would kill the customers, the prosecutor said. Patel handed over money. There was a struggle inside the store between Patel and Gutsu which spilled outside, Dickman said. Gutsu shot Patel, then left. Patel died at a hospital from a gunshot wound to the abdomen, according to the medical examiner's office. At the
And this
time,
is where it got
authorities had the bullet
serious.
casing and DNA from the water bottle, but they didn't know who did it, Dickman said. In 2016, Gutsu was in custody for the armored truck robbery in Sonoma County when he was identified as the suspect in the San Dimas case. On July 12, 2016, an armored truck guard was delivering money to a Chase Bank in Windsor. Gutsu and his accomplice, Ivan Morales of Lakeport, drove up to the bank in a Suzuki Sport utility vehicle that was carjacked a few days earlier in Sacramento, according to the Sonoma County District Attorney's Office. Morales shot and wounded the guard and Gutsu grabbed a bag with the money, authorities said. The pair fled, then switched to a Chevrolet Suburban. In Calistoga, they were spotted by a police officer who followed the SUV. Gutsu opened fire at the officer who stepped on the gas and hit the Suburban, authorities said. Gutsu was arrested at the scene. Morales ran but was later found hours later and arrested. Morales told investigators Gutsu forced him to do the robbery, that Gutsu committed murders, that was why he feared
Wow,
him,
so
and
his
that
homie
Gutsu did the
snitched on
murder
him.
at a Quiznos in San Dimas, according to Dickman. Gutsu initially denied committing the San Dimas shooting, then admitted to it, the prosecutor said. Gutsu also admitted being involved in Patel's slaying when Los Angeles County Sheriff's detectives interviewed him in Santa Rosa on July 13, 2016. Gutsu pleaded no contest to the attempted murder of the armored car guard in Windsor, robbery of an armored car guard, attempted murder of a police officer, and driving a stolen vehicle, authorities said. He was sentenced to 51 years and 4 months to life in prison. Morales was tried, convicted, and sentenced to 32 years to life in prison plus 6 years.
All right, so to bring into context, this is this guy.
A fight with a cellmate. Deputies responded to the 4th floor of the jail around 7 o'clock last night. Officials say an inmate pushed their emergency button inside the cell. They found an unresponsive inmate. He died. The other inmate, Sergei Gutso, told deputies there had been a fight inside the cell. He was arrested. The sheriff's office says Gutso was in the main jail on an order to produce. That's a directive for jails and prisons to bring an inmate in custody to appear in court. He has been in custody since June of 2024. He was picked up from Corcoran State Prison. He was sentenced to life without parole for a murder in LA County in 2015. He also has a separate sentence of 51 years to life for a robbery and attempted murder in Sonoma County in 2016.
All right, so this is what's interesting about what we're doing, right? Obviously, we go back and forth from Sacramento all the way to LA and all over California. So we're going to stay into Sacramento for this one. What is this? Okay, this teen from Sacramento. Oh, okay, so we got this is just breaking news right now.
Me too.
Discover the power
this
of
one right
Wegovy.
here.
Announced some significant developments in the investigation to the murder of 18-year-old Adrian Puga of Salinas. At this time, I'd like to
Okay,
introduce
so it's
Sheriff
about a
Tina
murder
Nieto.
of a teen. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Monterey County Sheriff Tina Nieto.
So apparently this took place in Monterey County.
We've called this press conference today to announce and to thank people for the extraordinary work and long hours by both the Monterey County detectives and our
We're gonna
law
have to
enforcement
skip over this.
office, Chief Kathy Lester, and the Sacramento sideshows.
So basically, it took place in. He's from Sacramento, but he got caught in. Okay,
Are
so
not fun.
In Monterey.
There's always something that usually happens that's bad with these sideshows. To our youth, please stop doing that. To
Okay,
all
so
the
this is
investigators,
something that happened at a sideshow.
thank you for your hard work.
Okay.
Yes. There are indications that the young man is affiliated with the Norteño criminal street gang.
Okay, so apparently this guy is a Norteño that got into this situation. Okay.
Felix?
Well, let's rewind back to that and see
the
if there's
question,
anything
yes.
interesting.
There are.
We can have.
Working on the case.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
I'm Detective Richard Game. The question, yes. There are indications that the young man is affiliated with the Norteño criminal street gang. Felix?
What was the motive? What led to the shooting?
I can't comment on that.
You know, Felix, one thing I want to say with that is that we've all seen the video, and the one thing that leads to it is stupidity of people, people not being resilient, people who just don't care about human life, especially, you know, we have a lot of gang members in the area, and not their families, because I know that these people come from families that are caring, but those who affiliate with gangs, they just recklessly will take someone else's life for some of the dumbest of reasons.
Okay, so they're basically asking the motive, and clearly the motive is not clear. Probably just a situation where there was a disrespect going on and somebody had to do something about it. So yeah, okay, so moving on from Monterey County, Sacramento, back to Sacramento again. Let's go into thieves steal thousands of dollars in camera equipment in a Rockland shop. Let's get at it.
Thieves targeting cameras, lenses, and other photography gear can be seen taking whatever they can carry before surveillance footage shows them going back for more.
They went through the shelves and everything that they could, they swiped off into garbage bags.
Ellie Doyen works at Action Camera in Rockland. She says she woke up to the news a group had rammed a stolen Lexus sedan into their store and taken somewhere between $50,000 and $100,000, she says, worth of merchandise.
Wow, okay, so $1,000, that's, I guess, enough to sort of sanction that as Grand Theft Auto.
I think they were grabbing random equipment. I don't think they know. I mean, they bypassed things that are of higher value for things that might have nicer packaging and lower value.
The Rockland Police Department is investigating as the Action Camera team cleans up ahead of an event scheduled to celebrate their first year in a new space.
It's just jarring because we're so new in this space, and it was starting to feel, you know, settled. We still sometimes find things we're like, oh, I haven't seen that since the move. And I don't think that's going to happen again for a little while.
Despite the setback, Action Camera opened as planned, wanting to be there for their customers, like Jack Malik.
I mean, it's absolutely heartbreaking. I mean, there's a lot of really cool gear here. I mean, like the used stuff especially, and it's really simply awful to see that it's all gone. Like,
I got to tell you, what surprises me about this whole thing is that there are people that still shop in actual stores, right? And why that surprises me is because obviously nowadays we got Amazon, we have all types of different places that we can find or shop online. I mean, just going to physical stores nowadays just seems such a foreign idea. Going to the mall nowadays seems like a foreign idea. I mean, if you remember back in the days, people used to go to the mall. People used to just stroll around. You'd see like the emo kids hanging out there, just chilling and this and that, playing hopscotch. You'd see dudes taking their girl or whatever, going to dates or going with their homies or whatever. I mean, it's just the reality of life back in the days, right? But nonetheless, yeah, this is the reality that we have today. And yeah, even robberies still go on in physical stores, but maybe they could have prevented this if they just did it online. But nonetheless, yeah.
I mean, it's shocking.
Rockland police estimate 10 people were involved, wearing masks and gloves to ransack the store before rushing.
Okay, so that alone right there, when they say that there's 10 people involved, obviously there must have been a coordinated effort into this particular topic, right? I mean, why would there not be? You got 10 people involved. I don't know. You'd be surprised, though. There are people out there that will just go and crash out with no plan ahead or anything like that. But again, you look at the cameras right here. Are they really capturing anything here? Because there's nothing identifiable with any of these guys here. So maybe once again, a clean getaway. At the same time, though, there are serial numbers on that thing. And if they don't sell it into the black market, I mean, they can easily get caught. And of course, this is something law enforcement knows. I'm not saying anything that's new or groundbreaking or anything like that. But nonetheless, here we are.
Off. The Rockland Police Department tells us that they're working with a couple of departments down in the Bay Area who are investigating similar incidents. They say it's too early to know, but they are looking into whether these similar crimes could all be related. In Rockland, Leanne Danier, KCRA 3 News.
All right, so we go from Sacramento back to LA. We got a story right here where a man threatens a woman on live stream. Let's check this out right here.
Santa Monica police are investigating an
All
incident.
right, so this is in Santa Monica. Shout out to Santa Monica, one of my favorite cities in the world.
Involving 3 popular Twitch streamers who say a man threatened to kill them during a live broadcast.
The woman says the man was stalking them before the confrontation. KTLA 5's Karina Winter live now at Santa Monica with the latest developments. Karina?
Yeah, we spoke with Santa Monica Police, Glenn, and they did confirm this incident happened on Sunday. It was right here along the pier and captured during a live stream. Take a look.
Stop! Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Fight right now.
What?
Right.
Get away from
now.
Hey, what's going Security! He's harassing us.
What's going on? What's going on, man? Right now. Kill you right now. Kill you right now.
And that was the alarming confrontation between 3 women.
I know exactly where this is. They got a little coffee shop right there. They have random people that be showing up there. Sometimes people that go out and do little breakdance routines. They got, I believe, a pull-up bar where they test to see how long you can like hang on to the pull-up bar or something like that. Very interesting stuff. But yeah, I remember this particular part of Santa Monica very well. And at night, it looks, yeah, exactly like this. You know, very cold at night. That's why a lot of people are wearing sweaters, but it is right next to the beach of Santa Monica right there. So a landmark area, by the way.
And that suspect, one of them, her name is Emeru. She's known online for her gaming and cosplay material. She's quite popular. These women are Twitch streamers with a ton of followers and claim that individual who threatened to kill them initially introduced himself on their stream as Russell. The women were part of a week-long marathon stream here in LA on Sunday. Now, this guy, according to reports, popped up on their stream from Pacific Park, Santa Monica, and showed up about 30 minutes later, threatening to kill Emeru when she said that she refused to give him her phone number. Fortunately, they were not hurt, but they did contact police and were...
Oh, wow, man. Now, if that isn't some... I can't believe this. So that's what you threaten her for is because of that? Man, I don't know, man. Some dudes just don't know how to take a hint, but...
Quite shaken by these threats. Santa Monica police confirmed they did take a report on Sunday. Here's more from one of those streamers.
We are very much in shock, and we need you guys to know it that clip does not do it justice for how scary it was.
Right? And no updates on that unidentified individual or the nature of the threats. Was it just something that he said to the women, or was he serious and actually following through? The women also said that this live stream marathon, it was supposed to be a really positive event to highlight female streamers, but obviously took the turn that they did not want. We spoke with Santa Monica police a short time ago. We will be interviewing them later today in the 2 o'clock hour, but they did.
So apparently they were there to stream. This guy approached them on a live stream, sort of located them because of the live stream on the set in Santa Monica, and they decided to confront them, and he gets mad because they didn't want to give him his number. So
say that, the women acted immediately when those threats were directed at them. Officers here in Santa Monica were able to bring them to a safer area before Santa Monica police arrived. They did try to locate that individual, but he had already left the area. But they say this is an active investigation. They're still looking for that person. We'll send it back to you now in the studio.
All right, Karina Winter, thank you.
On. Next one, we got robbery right here in LA. We're going to check this one out right here. All right, so it's a video that doesn't really show much other than just, okay, this was an Upland burglary suspects. There's nothing they can really take from this. Looks like a very coordinated effort on their part right here. Looks like they took a safe and then maybe some cash registers. Anybody know? Okay, so there's a police chase that followed suit right afterwards. Okay, and there's not really any audio to this, so. Okay, boom. Okay, so he catches up to one guy. And this is only 2 days ago. Look at the body cam, 3:13. This is 3:15 right now, so. Okay, so it was a whole bunch of safe and okay. All right, so we move from LA down to Stockton, Sacramento area.
Family members identified 17-year-old Jamal Calvert as the victim of a shooting Wednesday morning.
He was pretty easygoing. Yeah, it was, I don't know. My mind is just going.
Early in the hours this morning, around 1:45 a.m., our officers responded to the 600 block of Dubwood Street on a report of a person shot. When they arrived on the scene, they located the male victim, 17 years of age, inside a garage, who appeared to have suffered at least one gunshot wound to the torso area.
Calvert was taken to a hospital where he died. Police are still trying to figure out what exactly happened.
There's still a lot of evidence to be collected. There's a lot of people to be interviewed, and still kind of unfolding it layer by layer, peeling it back and kind of trying to figure out what's going on.
I went through this in Western Ranch.
Calvert's grandmother says his father was killed in a shooting as well.
I'm feeling really bad because, like I said, I went through this 10 years ago. His dad, my son, got killed.
Yeah, so really sad. No one really knows what had happened to this young man and why he was shot, what was the motive. But apparently there was also somebody involved and somebody that got caught in a crossfire as well, which is also more unfortunate.
10 years ago, the same thing.
Stockton police say Calvert is the second 17-year-old killed so far this year.
This would be our fifth homicide compared to 7 last year to date.
Wow, so fifth homicide compared to 7 last year. Wow, okay, so a little bit of an increase right now.
Stockton, I'm Anahita Jafari, KCRA 3 News.
As of this afternoon, Stockton police say that no arrests have been made.
All right. Well, we move on from Stockton to Sacramento in the Rancho Cordova area. So let's check this out right
now. Cordova sheriff's deputies are responding to a barricaded subject on White Mac Road. KCRA 3's Peyton Headley is there at the scene right now. So, Peyton, what are you seeing?
Well, we know right now that the sheriff's office is attempting to contact the subject that is inside of that house here. We've heard them talking to that person with a megaphone.
So they have the SWAT team out and they are ready to move in on this guy. We don't know exactly what the suspect is about. So SWAT team is responding to a fellow suspect confronted involved in a knife. Okay, so this is a knife crime incident.
Outside of the house here.
In the description.
Asking them to come out with their hands up, saying that they are under arrest. So we know that it's a man who is in there. He is alone inside of the house, according to the sheriff's office. We know that this all started when a husband and wife got in a non-physical argument. The sheriff's office says a male family friend came over to try and mediate, but the husband chased him, the friend, allegedly out of the house with a knife and possibly made some more threats. And we know right now that husband is barricaded alone.
Okay, so what it is a domestic situation. Somebody came in to try and intervene. And as a result of that intervention, that person became the victim. instead of the domestic issue that had been going on in the first place. So I don't know, man. You know, sometimes a lot of people out there like to try to be heroes. They like to go in and save other people. And I get all that. But then, man, sometimes you just think to yourself, is it really worth it? Because even the cops themselves, they will tell you that their worst interactions that they get are domestic situations, right? It can either sometimes, fall into the category of cooperative or sometimes into the category of extreme aggression that they have to deal with. But nonetheless, this is the reality of that situation.
Inside, still making threats. So the only weapon the sheriff's office knows about right now is the knife. The Sac Sheriff's Office says he is not armed with a gun, but still this is a very active investigation as that subject is still barricaded inside of that home. A lot of deputies on scene here, and we know that the public information
all right, so
for the sheriff's
domestic situation. Let's move on.
Office is headed here now. When we get more information, we'll be sure to bring that to you. For now, we're live in Rancho Cordova. Peyton Headley, KCRA.
Okay, so we go from Rancho Cordova all the way down to the north side of Sacramento right here. Let's check this out.
Police are asking for your help as they search for a homicide suspect. 29-year-old Katrina McClin is accused of shooting and killing a woman whose body was found in Sacramento. Police found her body in an apartment on Taylor Street last month. First responders say the woman had been shot at least once and she died at the scene. Police are asking anyone with information on McClin to contact the police department.
All right, so not much really to go off on that one. But how about this? We go from North Sacramento all the way to downtown Sacramento, which, by the way, should relatively be a very safe area, or you would think, right? Because obviously it's a little bit more upscale in the downtown Sacramento area. It's where the Kings play, but yeah, let's check this out.
In downtown Commons,
it's hard to money and the economy.
You'll find one delivery driver hustling to move his packages.
If you come down here, most deliveries are done during the daytime because it's not safe at nighttime a lot of the time. I don't feel as safe during the evening.
Doko has been Michael's route the past 10 years. He's worked in the downtown area for 20.
Now, I got to tell you, over the years, this particular area of Sacramento has changed a lot. Now, this right here, this area is attached to Old Sac. You can literally walk from this area of Macy's right here all the way to Old Sacramento. And before all that, before it was the Golden One Center, it was just nothing but a mall, right? Just like what I was mentioning to you earlier, right? Back in the days, people would love to go to malls, shop there, and pick up whatever, or hang out, or go on dates, or hang out with homies, or whatever. Right. But now, it's not so much of the era of the malls. And this time, when I go to that part of Macy's, every time I'm there, it doesn't seem like the way that it used to be. It feels kind of dead, although you do still see people go and shop in Macy's. But the majority of them are like old money looking people, or just, real hood people that are trying to get bougie. But either way.
And has watched the violence increase here, including being attacked himself.
It was a very scary situation, and I fortunately am okay now, but it was difficult. It was hard to go through.
Michael says Sunday morning shooting of two teens at 3rd and K Streets doesn't surprise him.
Unfortunately, incidents like these are happening too much in our community right now.
When individuals do choose to victimize each other, they're also victimizing the community, and it won't be tolerated.
Scott Ford is the deputy director of the Downtown Partnership.
Yeah, so what he's trying to raise concern in that particular matter in that statement is that, look, we get that there's people out there that want to settle their beef and this and that, but then at the same time, you also do kind of involve people around because you are doing it in a very public setting. And on top of that, you got to think, why do it in a setting where there's a lot of cameras involved?
And says more than 100,000 people spent Saturday downtown, and they want Doko visitors to feel safe. So the group is putting in 38 enhanced marquee lights to brighten up the area along K Street from 7th to 12th Streets.
We know is a critical connector between the convention center, between the downtown commons, and between Old Sacramento waterfront, that we want to make sure people feel safe and empowered to move between those great activity centers.
You may not always physically see a police officer on the street, but they say they are watching. They have these security camera pods set up.
And this is what I mean. This is what I was telling people earlier, is that there's just so many cameras nowadays that you really can't just go out and crash out whenever you want.
In different parts of downtown.
This is probably one of the highest concentration of security cameras anywhere in the Sacramento region, close to where we're standing now.
You shouldn't have to feel unsafe when you go shopping at a mall, whether you're any person. You shouldn't have to feel like you're not going to be safe, like you have to look over your shoulder all the time. That's not right.
Still, packages that come in after dark for DOCO will have to wait for daylight the next day. In downtown, Michelle Bandur, KCRA 3 News.
Police arrested 2 minors for that shooting.
Okay, so there have been, so there was an arrest. Obviously, they're not going to show who did it because they're minors, but yeah, let's see where this goes.
And at last check, one of the victims was in critical condition. We reached out to DOCO and received this statement, quote, "The safety and security of our guests, staff, and tenants is our top priority. We take all safety concerns seriously and are working closely with the Sacramento Police Department as they investigate this incident."
Fascinating case here, and you'll see this only on Fox 11. The case of a Cerritos businessman's murder.
Okay,
it just took an unexpected turn.
Right here.
So many twists and turns to the story that are so shocking. A Fox 11 News viewer tip, in fact, and a new clue from social media led detectives to a shocking discovery. Gigi Graciette is live with how police pieced everything together. Gigi.
Well, good morning. We were just here at this park. This is the Cerritos Sports Complex right next to Don Canabi Park in Cerritos on Friday, bringing you the story of a murder of a father, a husband, a businessman that happened on the bike path here. And police were trying to identify 2 people that were seen at the murder scene. Well, it turns out a very alert viewer knew they had seen them before in the most unlikely of places.
All right, so let's see where this goes right here.
Was the dramatic end to a story that shook the community of Cerritos and destroyed a family. The murder of Cuauhtemoc Garcia, Temo, as he exercised in broad daylight on the back path near Don Canabi Park. The suspects, originally persons of interest, a brother and sister, taken into custody Sunday.
Wow, so it was a brother and sister that did this. Wow, that's crazy. It was a brother and sister that did this crime. Oh, man, that's okay. Let's see where this goes.
Night after a pursuit that ended only when an undercover officer pitted the Prius they were in.
Put a bullet in my head. Just shoot me.
Screaming at times that he wanted police to shoot him, to then asking why he was being arrested. 54-year-old John Chong Moon was taken into custody, accused of murdering Temo Garcia. His sister, 58-year-old Cindy Kim, also arrested for murder. Detectives say she accompanied her brother on the bike path that day and watched as he shot the husband and father of 2 to death. The arrest of the pair came after another.
Yeah, let's find out what the motive is for this. Obviously, there has to be some sort of motive in this, but yeah, let's find out what exactly that is.
Alert viewers saw our exclusive story on Friday, where police were trying to ID the pair. That viewer immediately called the sheriff's department to say they had seen the couple on TikTok.
You actually started it. You started it. We were sitting here minding our own business. Look.
It was in this video posted by.
So get this. It was an argument that led to all of this because this person was going live stream on TikTok. Now that is wild.
Couple from Florida visiting Orange County. They said the poster recording the siblings after they say they launched racial slurs at them as they ate in Cyprus. It was posted just days before them.
They were throwing racial slurs at them. That's crazy, man.
Murder. After the tip, a whirlwind of nonstop detective work by LA County Sheriff's homicide detectives followed, leading to the identity of the siblings who weren't easy to find because they were living in the Prius. An all points bulletin for the car was issued full of.
So that's wild. They were living in their car while they were doing this. Well, let's find out if there's any motive to this so far.
PD spotted them Sunday evening, and the rest is history. The two behind bars this morning, facing murder charges in the most senseless of killings. It is bittersweet news that Temo's family, relieved to know that the suspects are behind bars, but heartbroken to know this was so random. Temo did not know the siblings. They had never met. We'll have more on that coming up, as well as an exclusive interview with Temo Garcia's widow. Reporting live in Cerritos, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
You know, we always lean on the viewers, on the public for help to find some answers here. You never know if it will come through, but great reporting on your part, Gigi. I know you had this exclusively a couple of days ago, and we never knew whether or not people would be able to.
Yeah, so the motive is still unclear. I don't know if they've really mentioned it, but
identify people there, and it's just incredible that this has come to fruition. All right, Gigi, thank you so much.
Yeah. Well, good thing those people saw them on TikTok.
I know, to be able to make
this morning, the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office announced
all
an
right,
arrest
so we
in
go
a
to
gruesome
Sacramento right
death,
now.
and now they're looking for another suspect. 47-year-old Matthew Clark was reported missing in January of 2024 after he had an argument with his live-in girlfriend, 38-year-old Sophia Fermin. His pickup truck was found in San Joaquin County last June. Investigators interviewed Fermin, who was in jail on unrelated charges. She said she didn't know where Clark was, but he was probably in a rehab facility somewhere. Homicide detectives took over the case and determined that Fermin likely shot Clark after an argument in December of 2023, then had his body buried on a property along U Street in Rio Linda. In December, his mummified body was found there in a shallow grave with at least 5 gunshot wounds. Fermin, who had been released, was arrested again and will be in court on March 27th to face new charges. Now they're looking for.
So again, another 2 accomplice man-woman team that committed a murder. So basically the same story from LA.
Suspected accomplice, 42-year-old Jerry Mulford, whose fingerprints were found in Clark's pickup truck. They believe that Mulford has left the state. Anyone with information on this case should call Sacramento Police or Crime Stoppers.
We can to like
right.
You know, build this business up, like create it the way we wanted to, for all that to be taken out in, a night.
Years of hard work unexpectedly gone.
Like getting that call late at night, was kind of my worst nightmare.
A nightmare turned into reality when Darren Exalda's family business was struck in a crash.
To come back.
Yeah, I mean, this is the worst case scenario if you do have a business like this, especially like a food truck business, and it just gets decimated like that. It's absolutely devastating.
Not even 24 hours to hear that, this had happened. Really.
And, in a way, I feel kind of bad reporting this news, but at the same time, it is in the news. And I guess why would you volunteer yourself into the news with, this type of calamity in your life? But, then again, it's different people with different choices in what they do.
Heartbreaking for us.
His food truck, Exalda Food Company, was one of the 3 hit when a 23-year-old driver lost control and veered off Interstate 5 into the Lathrop Food Plaza.
It basically hit us with frame damage. You can see exposed wires down here. That's all from my lighting fixtures. It's wedged right here where the hinge is, so I can't even open the door. The impact, it basically moved the trailer maybe about 3-4 feet, which popped the tire and bent my rear axles. And that, it won't even move.
And inside,
everything was broken.
A week after the crash, Exalda is in a holding pattern as he waits to hear back from his insurance company.
It adds to us being prolonged of not working. This business takes care of everything. It takes care of the bill.
And there you go. That's where this complicated matter comes with the insurance company, because then he has to claim what he lost, and will they compensate for that? Only him and his insurance company is going to know that. But I know that a lot of people have had some mishaps and miscommunications and not being given what needed to be compensated for them in that regard. So hopefully his luck is a little bit better in that.
Those takes care of the mortgage, and it's just something that me, my brother, and my wife had built from the bottom.
It's a setback from which they can only hope to come back stronger.
We're all in it for the same reason, to support our families.
And the other 2 food trucks that were struck in this crash are also still waiting to hear back from the insurance. And it's still unclear why this driver lost control.
And you know what? It's not anyone's fault either that this happened, but it did happen. And hopefully they do something to compensate these folks for that.
California Highway Patrol says they don't believe that alcohol was a factor. Live in Lathrop, Carolina Estrada, KCRA.
Well, that's important to know. They said that alcohol is not a factor, so that's always important to know.
3 News.
Carolina, thank you so much for the update.
You see this house in Florida? Well, let me show you how I invested into it with just a few.
I think we went on that already. Okay, hold on. We did that news already. What else here? Okay, this right here, 1 hour ago, right here. Now
we're following more breaking news, this time out of the San Fernando Valley. That is where a woman was shot after reportedly being followed to her Studio City home. LAPD says the woman was in the parking garage on Kentucky Drive. This was around 11:15 when 2 suspects in masks opened fire at the victim. The woman was wounded in the leg and then rushed to a local hospital. The suspects do remain outstanding and were last seen heading east on Cahuenga Boulevard. It is still unclear what triggered the shooting.
Okay, yeah, we did see that
happening now. A new launch to the internet.
Okay, we did see that one earlier. Okay, that one we saw. Oh, there's a DAZN prelims boxing going on right now. Okay. Nick Ball is fighting. Okay. Okay, now let's go back to Sacramento. Human traffic operation going on here. Let's see what this is.
And I want to take a moment first to thank Sergeant Nate Gergich. He did a really good job putting this together and coordinating it. Of course, he didn't do it alone. There was a lot of resources dedicated from different divisions throughout the department. We also have a lot of outside agencies here that are helping us, and we couldn't do it without them. We have HSI. We also have FBI coming out here, probation, parole, several divisions from the department helping us as well. We have North, Central, Banjo, the branch. Who else am I forgetting?
Okay, this isn't really the news. This is just, the sheriff's briefing of some sort. Okay, let's go here. Okay, about this right here.
Personally, I'd go with Sparkle. It cleans everyday messes, and it won't clean out your wallet.
Authorities continue to look for 4 suspects that robbed a smoke shop in LA late last night.
They then led police on a pursuit across 2 counties. KTLA's Carlos Herrera is live from that smoke shop in the Fairfax district with more. Carlos, good morning.
So once again, this is one of those situations where it led into a car chase again. So there's a lot of car chases that go on in LA, but nonetheless, yeah.
Good morning. It's a bizarre plot, Chris and Megan. It all started with the 2 victims being contacted by a group of men to help them record a music video. The 2 victims were then lured to this smoke shop you see behind me on Melrose Avenue near La Brea, where they quickly found out that the suspects were here to attack them and rob them at gunpoint. Let's get you over to some video. Investigators say it was just after 11 p.m. when the victims arrived at the smoke shop, and they realized that the suspects weren't there to record a music video, but to steal from them. The 8 male suspects brutally attacking and pistol whipping them, stripping them of all their jewelry and 2 firearms. By the time police arrived, the crooks had already left the scene in a black BMW and a yellow Lamborghini. Just a few minutes later, officers located that Lamborghini on Santa Monica and Fairfax. They tried to pull that vehicle over, but the suspects didn't stop and instead led CHP and LAPD on a 45-minute pursuit on side streets and freeways through the San Fernando and Simi valleys before making their way into Ventura County and coming to an end in the gated community over in Moore Park. That's where the CHP took 2 suspects into custody after they were allegedly hiding in the shed of a nearby home. It's unknown how the suspects made entry into that gated community and that house. The LAPD later arrested.
Oh, so they were hiding in the shed of a home, and that's how they got caught. That's crazy.
Seeing 2 other thieves near the scene of the attack here in the Fairfax district, though it's unclear if the Lamborghini was stolen, and police know very little.
The Lamborghini truck that they were driving was a stolen truck. Okay.
Little about that black BMW, the other getaway vehicle. As we come back at our live, Chris and Megan, at this point, 4 other suspects remain outstanding. They have very little details or information on them. And now at this point, the officers are saying that the victims who were attacked at this smoke shop, one of them suffered a head laceration and the other lost several teeth, though it's unknown if they were hospitalized. We're live this morning.
All right. So, yeah, a whole lot of crazy stuff going on there, man. A whole lot of crazy stuff. So, obviously, what's the common theme that we are watching with all of these videos, right? The common theme is that many people out there just crash out, right? Crash out for either trying to take somebody out or trying to take somebody out for a robbery. But ultimately, if you don't succeed, what is the overall consequences? Well, the consequences is prison. So I want to react to one of my favorite YouTubers when it comes to the prison genre, right? Dubs. He has something to say about this particular matter that I think really needs to put things in perspective. So he has this video that he did yesterday called Prison Politics, You Are Nobody, right? So in other words, if you think you're a tough guy out in the streets, it's kind of important to know that when you're in prison, you are nobody. And this is a video that I think he emphasizes that particular video. But why this is important is, the one thing that I kind of take from this guy's channel is understanding humility, right? Because look, man, we get into it with a lot of people. Sometimes we get into conflicts in the middle of like traffic. You get into a mall, somebody does something you don't like or looks at you the wrong way. And the next thing you know, you want to crash out on someone, right? Well, when you listen to this guy and you listen to some of the things that he says and some of the horror stories that he has in prison, it kind of puts things in perspective and humbles you down. So let's react to what he has to say to this particular matter, because I think it is important. So let me timestamp this. Okay, prison. All right, here we go. Let's in 30 seconds, we're going to do this in 30 seconds.
Back to the channel, new video. I did a more serious video today, earlier, a few hours ago, for Big Mike from Chicano Style Bikers. Hopefully you guys go check that out. If you haven't seen it, you didn't get a notification, do me a favor and go check that video out. Today, with that in mind, I know I have to do 2 videos on this channel because those type of channels, those type of videos get to who they need to get to, but they're not widely pushed. So here I am doing another video. And, I just, there's a lot of things that I'm aware of, knowledgeable of, experienced, witnessed in my prison career, right? And I'm very guarded in a lot of things, very guarded.
And rightfully so, because there's just some things that you don't want to talk about. And that's what he means by being guarded, right? Just not really speaking too much over things that don't need to be said.
But I want to do this video today, and I'm gonna as I record this video, you know, it may be more edited than other videos because I want to be respectful, but also I got to keep it real. You know, when I was in prison, I was I guess you could say my whole life, I wasn't okay because of things that I went through as a child, because of beliefs that I formed as a child. I wasn't okay with just being average at anything. And that's why, you know, I'm very competitive. When I do something, while I try to remain humble, I don't want to do something that's inferior. I don't know how to explain that.
I know what he means by that. This is exactly what I was telling you guys earlier, is that this is a reason why I like listening to this guy's channel, is because it kind of keeps me humble. Because look, I get into situations where sometimes I shouldn't be, and sometimes situations that I escalate. And this type of stories that Dubs tells you really puts things in perspective and the consequences that could follow up due to the actions that you take.
But, you know, in my neighborhood, I wasn't okay with just being, you know, from the neighborhood. I started my own clique at a very young age. When I was in YA, I was one of the so-called shot callers in YA. That doesn't mean anything. When I was in the California Department of Corrections, I had some responsibilities. And because of my interactions and my life experiences in jail, I am privy to a lot of things that I would say probably 95% of vatos from Southern California aren't privy to. They think they know, but they don't, because there wasn't a need for them to know. And that doesn't make me special.
I have a feeling I know what he's talking about, but yeah, let's just continue on from here. But I don't know if I really understand. I think I understand enough about what he's trying to say here.
I'm nobody, right? But I just want to give you a glimpse, and then we'll, you know, there's so much that I see on the internet, be it from other creators or especially from the comment section. You know, I mentioned it the other day that there would be times when I'd be in the shoe, and there would be other dudes right there in the shoe with me, and we would leave the shoe, and some of the guys leaving the shoe with me would have it in their mind that their status had somehow elevated because they had been in the shoe in Pelican Bay, and now they have the ability, if necessary, to contact someone, one of the legends, right? Whereas I'm fully aware, because of conversations with that same legend and my relationship with that particular legend, what exactly this dude's.
Hey, on the comment section below, let me know if you understand what he's saying. I sort of understand what he means. But if you understand and you know what you know, then you let it be known. But yeah.
Value is. You know, there used to be a thing where they used to say,
there are businesses whose sales are decreasing, projects are failing, and team collaboration.
Find out what a vato wants to be. Find out what a man wants to be. And then tell him he can be that. Encourage him in that pursuit. But make sure he understands he's going to have to do some favors along the way. And the encouragement is beneficial to who's receiving the fruits of the labor. But that laborer doesn't realize his skill set keeps him in the same place. I've talked about how being back there in the shoe,
yeah,
and seeing individuals go complain to a legend about another man.
All right. So for those of you that are watching this, if you want to see the full extent of this, let me give you a little bit of a synopsis of what's going on. So basically, what goes on in the streets versus what goes on in prison are two completely different things, right? And these are things that you have to be very cognizant of, right? So in other words, it's just a completely different world. So if you think that you're a big shot out here, maybe you're not going to be in there. Maybe you may not have the same favors that you have out in the streets that you do there. It's just a completely different world. So whatever it is that you think you can control or what you think you can handle on the outside may not be the same on the inside. And if you want to see the rest of that video, check out Dub's Prison Politics. I basically played the first 6 minutes of that for you. You can watch the rest on his channel and on the link below on the description. So let's move on to a couple more stories, and then we're going to get to the preview for UFC Fight Night today. So check this out. Girl knocked out unconscious during a fight in middle school.
Other news we're following this morning, parents in Colton demanding action after a middle school student is knocked unconscious in a classroom. Want to warn you, the video is disturbing.
So obviously they had to blur this out because it's minors involved, but yeah. Even when it's blurred out, you can still see this right here. Apparently, it is a female that is attacking a male, and let's see what this leads to.
Bro, tell the guy, tell the
Oh, wow. Yeah, you saw that shot right there. That was vicious.
The fight erupted Monday at J. Middle School between young teenage students. A substitute teacher in the room and took no action. School's principal released a statement saying the incident.
Wow, so the teacher that was in there took absolutely no action. You know what? We had many teachers like that back in the 90s. You know, this was very common back in the days. We absolutely had people like that. What is this? Family of trans woman fatally shot by police sues. Okay, let's check this out right here. Oh, wait. First, let's check this out. Footage of a
These are the classic crew trigs by Mott and Bell.
Okay,
by far my favorite tees. So comfortable. They hide.
The LAPD has released body cam footage of an officer-involved shooting at a Pacoima motel.
It happened last month after a transgender woman called 911 saying she was being held against her will. Listen.
Bota el cuchillo. No. Relax.
30-year-old Linda Becerra Moran died from her injuries after spending weeks on life support. Footage.
Wow. Okay, that is vicious right there. That is horrible. Okay, so what we're going to do right now, we're going to get to a replay that I did yesterday for a live stream, and then we're going to wait until the, let's just start right here. I got a replay of yesterday's live stream, and then we're going to get to the preview of the fights, and then we're going to cover the fights, and we'll go from there. Enjoy. The way that boxing is structured, there is a reason why they structured it that way, right? It is basically to prevent promoters from exploiting the fighters. Now, you look at the Dana White model. Many people say that it's quite exploitive in the way that it's sort of dealing with the fighters, right? In other words, they pay fighters very little, but there's a good reason for that. You see, their long-term plan is the reason why they pay MMA fighters very little. You see, all the money that they make from one event to another, what is it that they do exactly? They use that money to fund the next project. So they don't just give it away to the fighters, even though they should, and even though it may seem a whole lot more fair in that regard, but the reality is that boxing is a going out of business sale every time, right? You've heard that expression said multiple times over and over again, right? It's literally a going out of sale type of scenario. But it's a going out of sale scenario that doesn't have a long-term plan. You see what I'm saying? So with that in mind, we're going to talk about all these things. Also, we're going to talk about Eddie Hearn. What is his standings in the world of boxing right now? Because Eddie Hearn has mentioned plenty of times before in the past how he wanted to, let's say, retire and go on and move on to other, I guess just move on from boxing, period, right? He never really wanted to stay in boxing that long. And let's analyze why. Because I've watched plenty of IFL interviews, IFL videos with Coogan. And there's many interviews with Coogan and Eddie Hearn. He often says the same thing over and over again. Jayla says hi. What's up, Jayla? Nice of you to tap in. AJ McAnderson says, Jesus loves you. Yes. Jesus, peace be upon him, loves all of us. Darius Mitchell says, beautiful. Hey, man, chill out with that. Cool neck beard. Thank you. Staffa, how are you? I'm doing great. Thank you very much. We're going to talk about some really interesting topics right now. Messi or Ronaldo? Mehdi says, I'm going to go with Ronaldo. I think that Messi is probably a better fighter. I'm sorry, a better soccer player right now. But I think Ronaldo has more of an impact in terms of his work that he does for Palestinians, that he does for the Arab people and things of that nature. So just that alone, I'm going to be more biased towards him in that regard. So shout out to everybody that's tapping in right now. We got 23 people in here. Like and subscribe, please, because we're going to talk about this. 26 people now. All right. So I had to screenshot this one time just for all right. So tell us about yourself. Al-Kai says, you want me to tell you about myself? Okay. Well, how do I start, right? I was born in Libya in 1985. Okay. And I grew up in New Jersey. While I was growing up in New Jersey, I went to the Marine Corps when I was probably like 18. And then afterwards, I went and moved to Stockton, California, where I live at, where I used to live at now. I live in Sacramento right now. Hello, my friend. Shout outs to Big Ink MMA. Shout outs to you, my man. So after I got out of the military and then moved to Stockton, then I moved to Sacramento, started going to school there, started training and fighting, got into amateur Muay Thai, started training with Uriah Favor's old Muay Thai coach, Andy Kay. Did a tournament with him, won a state title, then got into MMA, and here I am doing MMA videos and talking to you guys. I went to college out here in Sacramento, so I never left since. So that's a little story about myself. If if anybody's interested. But let's get to the topic at hand with Dana White and his involvement with boxing. Is it good? Is it great? So have you been in war before? I'd rather not specify or say that. It's not for this particular topic at hand, but I will, as a person of color, what are you doing for trans and neuroqueer street? Well, I mean, to be honest with you, is that really a subject that I need to get into, right? What do I do for people? Look, I make no apologies about being a Muslim male. And as a result of that, I have interests that sort of revolve around the Muslim world. And anything less than that would be uncivilized. So I let you take that as you will. We went from Dana White to this crazy. Well, of course, Big Ink MMA, I have to address the people with their questions. This is what you have to do, right? When you have engagements with people online and things of that nature, you have to go out there and engage. So maybe we stay with Dana. Okay, so let's stay with the Dana White topic, right? So as I said earlier on, the main reason why Dana White is getting into boxing is because Turki El-Sheikh wants to, shout outs to you, Politically Correct MMA, for that comment right there. But the reason why he wants Dana White to run this boxing league is because of the fact that Dana White created a fight haven where the best fight the best. And as somebody who's a hardcore boxing fan like Turki El-Sheikh, he wants to see that implemented in the world of professional boxing before. They want to promote Callum Walsh a lot too, yes. And shout out to Callum Walsh. I actually did a live stream for one of his fights, or at least one of his last fights, and it did pretty good numbers. So yeah, shout outs to that guy. Anyway, yes, this Turkey thing will be interesting. So let's get to Turkey first, right? While everybody is here. Now, does anybody wonder why Saudi Arabia decided to do this right now in comparison to, let's say, 20 years ago? Believe it or not, Grace Sutherland says hi. How you doing, Grace? Shout outs to you and everybody around the world. Everybody around the world that is tapped in right now, please write on the comment section below what part of the world you are from, okay? And we'll continue on from here. So 20 years ago, if you don't remember, Saudi Arabia was constantly getting attacked by Al-Qaeda. And I don't think a lot of people know that. The one person that can reference this is the CIA agent by the name of Michael Scheuer. He was part of the bin Laden unit, basically the guy who was head of the CIA that was tasked to take down bin Laden. AJ says Abu Dhabi. Grace says I'm from America. Well, shout out to you, Sutherland. I'm from America as well. Assalamu alaikum. B-Baby says, peace to Israel and Russia. Jigsay Workshop says, UFC events in Saudi Arabia and boxing together are marketing perspectives that bring a lot of money. Well, they already have a lot of money with oil, right? What they are doing right now is showing the world that, hey, look, we are a modern country. We're a safe country. You can come here, do business with us. You can come here and basically a thing there. Had to answer a text. So okay. Staffa says I'm from Jerusalem. Politically Correct says they're from NYC. Grace Sutherland says hello. Okay, sorry about that. Had to answer that text. So okay. Now get to the juicy part. Yes, Al-Qaeda was being attacked by Al-Qaeda was attacking Saudi Arabia not too long ago. And at one point, Saudi Arabia was a very safe place. Post 9/11, it became very unsafe because there was a lot of people that sympathized with bin Laden. And as a result, it created a lot of conflict within that region. So now, fast forward to this modern era, the Saudis have to contend with the fact that, hey, perhaps maybe we may not have oil any longer at some point. And so they have to take that into consideration. Okay, Grace Sutherland says, I have to go by. Okay, great seeing you. I hope that you do catch this later on when you, whenever you're not busy. So, because I'm going to drop some real interesting gems here. Okay, so, but yeah, bye, Grace. Big Ank says, so, yes, it was a very unsafe place. Now they want to create a different image for the country. Not only do they want to create a different image for the country, now they want to increase tourism. Of course, there is a long-term plan into this, right? Big tourisms, big fight events. And not only that, also the Saudis are doing a very good job of propagandizing their military. For those of you that didn't know, they made an Arab action movie with, I believe, Saudi Navy SEALs rescuing Tyson Fury on the night that he was supposed to fight Francis Ngannou. Can you imagine that, right? So it kind of created this fictional built-in excuse as to why he didn't do too good against Francis Ngannou. Politically Incorrect says Turkey should stay in his lane. Boxing was already promised to a particular group of people over 4,000 years ago. 4,000 years ago? What? I didn't even know that boxing existed 4,000 years ago, Politically Correct MMA, but let me know what exactly you mean by that. That's a very interesting thing that you said there. But okay, so now there's a possibility of oil running out of Saudi Arabia. As a result of that, they have to create different avenues in order to generate money. Okay, now, here's another thing you got to understand also, Politically Correct MMA, is that the Saudis are also delving into music. They're also delving into films and movies, just like that movie that I was telling you about with the Saudi Navy SEALs rescuing Tyson Fury from a terrorist kidnapping, right? All of a sudden, Tyson Fury is in a car, right? And there's a bunch of drivers in there, and he doesn't know what's going on. Next thing you know, he's being kidnapped by a terrorist organization, right? To basically undermine Saudi Arabia. So as a result, here we are. Here we are. They're creating like some sort of action movie film to show that, hey, look, our military is very much capable. America does that. Look at all the war movies that America does with Full Metal Jacket, with Sniper, I believe, with Bradley Cooper, where he played Kyle, that Kyle guy, you know, who was a sniper or whatever, right? Chris Kyle. So yeah, there's very similarities in that. This is just what countries do to make themselves look good, and Saudi Arabia is really no different than that. So everybody here, please hit the like and subscribe button as we continue on to talk about Dana White's impact on the world of professional boxing, because this is going to get really interesting. Okay, had to answer some text there. Okay, he is correct. It dates back to the ancient times of. Oh, okay. So that's what you meant, Big Ank. Okay, that's interesting right there. That's what you meant by that. Okay. Yeah, man, boxing was around during that time in the ancient times. Obviously, in the first Olympics and whatnot, right? It was a big part of the games that they had in the original Olympics. Nowadays, they're actually talking about getting rid of boxing in the Olympics. So, in other words, the first. The people who were in 2024, and so this year in boxing Olympics, they're going to be the last people, because I don't think they're going to have it in Los Angeles 2028, which is weird, because how can you have an Olympics in Los Angeles without boxing? I mean, anywhere in the world, how can you have boxing? How can you not have boxing in the Olympics at all, right? That's just really strange in and of itself. But again, that kind of shows you where boxing is at right now. Now, if it wasn't for Turkey al-Sheikh, perhaps maybe boxing would be, you know, at an even worse shape than it is right now. Big Ink says MMA would be cool to have in the Olympics, but people would say it's dangerous. Well, here's the thing, right? Speaking of Saudi, they had a Saudi gentleman spinning back kick someone to a knockout, and they disqualified him, right? And he was supposed to win that fight. He got disqualified for knocking out the other guy. So maybe you're right. Maybe there are aspects of, you know, a certain martial arts that's dangerous for the Olympics, or maybe they're just not desensitized to these types of things yet. So, yeah, I would love to see the Olympics play out in, I would love to see MMA play out in the Olympics, but again, they have committees, they have people that have different agendas, they have people that have different ways of getting these events going, or what is marketable or what isn't, and things of that nature, right? So, okay, sorry about that. Okay, so now Dana White going into boxing, right? Many people are concerned that it's going to destroy a middle class in boxing. All right. So okay, so where was I? I was mentioning how okay, so where was I? I was mentioning how this could potentially destroy the middle class in boxing as it already is destroyed, right? Take into consideration right now, there really is no middle class in boxing. And where I'm referencing this from is from Pro Box TV with Paulie Malignaggi and Chris Algieri, and also Jimmy Smith talking about this when they had a video regarding Dana White coming into boxing. Now, also, Dan Rayfield was also a part of that panel that they had going on. And he's right, man. I noticed that there isn't really a big middle class in boxing. In MMA, is there a middle class? Yes. You know who's an example of a middle class in MMA is Kevin Holland. Now, obviously, Kevin Holland sort of marketed himself into that position. And not only that, took the fights that a lot of people did not want to take on short notices and things of that nature. But at a certain level in MMA, there is a middle class. But in boxing, there is no middle class. And there are a lot of concerns that people have regarding whether this is going to be effective or helpful in the long run, right? They're wondering if this is going to be helpful in the middle class aspect of boxing. Will they help a middle class of upcoming boxers? Like, for example, how about that guy that fought Shakur Stevenson? The guy was an electrician. I think he worked a normal carpenter job or an electrician or something to that extent, or both. And then what did Turkey El Sheikh do? He bought him a house on top of a bonus. Now, are we going to see more of that in boxing? Because the main concern that a lot of people have right now is that's not going to happen, especially if Dana White is involved. Because if Dana White is involved, his whole entire prerogative is how to save money. You see the Saudis, what's great about having the Saudis as your ally is that they don't care about money. But if you're Dana White and you're asking him to run the company, then guess what? There's a chance that Dana White is going to run his business in boxing the way that he ran his business in MMA, which is budget, keeping a solid budget. Now, all of you that complain about fighter pay, that's just another language to say company budget. And this is how boxing goes, right? As they said, it's a going out of business sale, right? They bring in a fight, cashing it out, not really caring about what is going to happen in the next product, in the next fight, and how it's going to go about. Whereas with the UFC, they got a big event going on. Let's say they got a Conor McGregor fight, a John Jones fight. They generate a huge gate, a huge pay-per-view sales out of it. They take that money give a certain percentage to the fighters that's within the means of their contract, and then they keep the rest so they can fund all that money that they made to make more events that are as great as the previous ones. And that is the strategy behind MMA in comparison to boxing. Now, it's worked for the UFC. But the question is that going to work for boxing? And if so, what kind of middle-class prospect, upcoming, or journeyman fighters are we going to see in the world of boxing, and in particular, the TKO league that is going on right now? So, another thing to consider in this, right, is Eddie Hearn. Now, I've heard Eddie Hearn mention plenty of times about how he wants to go and retire. This guy is very young. He wants to retire. But can you blame him? Because Eddie Hearn understands how brutal this business can be. Out of all people in the world of boxing, and a lot of people are going to be triggered when I say this, Eddie Hearn seems to be more of the honest guy than anybody else in boxing. In comparison to Bob Arum, Eddie Hearn is way more of a fair guy than Bob Arum, more of a fair guy than Oscar De La Hoya. Eugene Pearson says, salutes. Shout out to you, my man. He said, hi. What's up, my man? So you can argue that fact, but Eddie Hearn has gone out of his way to pay his fighters, has gone out of his way to fight for his fighters. And somebody like Chris Eubank Jr. may not really take any of that into consideration, obviously, because right now he sort of rivals with him. He sort of is against a lot of the things that that Eddie Hearn is doing. But Eddie Hearn is not going to stay in boxing for too long. This is something we have to understand, right? He's not made for this the way that Bob Arum is. Let's talk about Bob Arum for a second. You want to know how he got into boxing? He got into boxing because he was a DA prosecutor. You know who he was prosecuting at the time? He was prosecuting the mob who was running boxing. And when he was prosecuting the mob who was running boxing, and then he locked them away in that old career of his as a DA, only to come out of the government sectors, go into the private world of business as a promoter. So the same people that he locked up in his previous job are the same people that he replaced himself as the top promoter of boxing. Now, that is some cold work. And you know what? 50, 60 some odd years later, it took wealthy Saudis to potentially give Bob Arum a taste of his own medicine. Because let's think about this, right? All of these situations going on in the world of boxing right now, man, I got to tell you, this could potentially ruin people like Bob Arum. It could potentially ruin somebody like Oscar De La Hoya. All these other people that want to come up with these new boxing promotions and whatnot. Good luck, man. Good luck, because these guys are now the gatekeepers of the industry, and there's nothing that you can really do about it. So this really creates a different world that we are living in right now in the world of boxing. But I'm curious to see where this goes. Where do you guys think this is going to go? Where do you think this is going to... Where do you think this is going to be in the next 5 years? Do you think that boxing is going to be a mainstream sport? Because that was another topic that Lou DiBella and Ariel Helwani were having in his talk show, right? Lou DiBella came in as a studio guest with Ariel Helwani. They talked about how boxing was really huge back in the days. And now, not so much, right? Eugene says, I think the sport is going to be much more full of fighters who actually want to fight each other. Would Dana White and Turkey of aligning? Okay, so in other words, what you're saying is that now it's going to attract more fighters that want to really fight rather than just be out for the money. That I see, and this is what I mean with the MMA effect, right? Dan Hardy, when he was asked about fighter pay, he said, you know what? I never came into this business wanting money, right? It was never about that. It was just the glory of being an MMA fighter and knowing that having people know that you fight, and that's really about it, right? And then everybody had side careers or whatever it is that they needed to do to make money on the side. It was never really a career for anybody. Now, with boxing, it was never really like that. You see, boxing was a sport that everybody knew that if you made it on top, you would become a millionaire, right? Now, boxing is not really that anymore, right? It's like people know that there's opportunities there, but at the same time, once you're really in it, you would be very surprised as to what people make, at least on the undercard and the mid-card level of things. So that's something really important for a lot of people to understand, okay? A lot of people really need to understand that. There is a middle class in boxing that doesn't exist. But there is a middle class in MMA that's always been prevalent. And look, here's the thing, right? Going back to Eddie Hearn, this is a very dirty business. In all honesty, I don't think Eddie Hearn likes the dirtiness of boxing. You know what I think? I think Eddie Hearn is a devout Christian behind the scenes. That's what I think. I think he really is. What is the evidence of this? Well, who is Eddie Hearn's favorite fighter? I keep calling him Dana White because I mistaken him for Dana White. Obviously, you look at the thumbnail picture right now. A lot of people sort of hinted that same picture, Eddie Hearn looked like he was Dana White's older brother that had his stuff together. But okay, why do I think that Eddie Hearn is a devout Christian on the low? Check this out, right? Katie Taylor is his favorite fighter. Katie Taylor is a devout Catholic. I think Eddie Hearn is in the same trajectory. And when you ask Eddie Hearn why he loves Katie Taylor so much, he flat out said, you know what, I would like my daughter to embody something like that. And he also mentions how there's a lot of scumbags in the world of professional boxing that someone like Katie Taylor is a breath of fresh air, somebody that he can relate to. So all of these things that you see out of Eddie Hearn when he's doing interviews, when he's behind the camera, when he's creating a bravado to try to sell up a fight, all of these are almost unreal to the reality of who Eddie Hearn really is. And I think at some point it exhausts him. Now, with Bob Arum, why is it that he's been in this business for so long? Well, Eddie Hearn has also mentioned, hey, you know what? I don't want to be bitter like this guy. This guy is a very bitter human being. He's very bitter. He's very angry. He's very upset at everybody and this and that. And yeah, man. He doesn't want to be that kind of guy. He wants to live in peace. He wants to live in harmony. And as a result of that, I think that this business can take a toll on someone like him. So let me know on the chat. Do you guys want to come with me to Friday prayers right now? Should I live stream this, the Friday prayers with you guys? If anybody's interested, maybe I should, right? To kind of give a different context and a different outlook of the channel, kind of give you a little bit of inside of what I do on a week-to-week basis, what I do on a Friday like this. Maybe I should, right? because after all, we are in a topic of religion, being that Eddie Hearn is a Christian and that he wants to get out of the business because he doesn't want this game to eat at his soul. So there's something to keep in mind. But yeah, let's see what we can do here. Let's go for a little drive here. I'm going to be taking you guys to the oldest mosque in the United States right now. This mosque was built in 1947, if you can put that in perspective, right? 1947 was when this mosque was built. So, yeah, we're going to go to the oldest mosque in the world right now.
Taqwa is the achievement of fast. And what is the taqwa? Sincerity, purity, piety, protection, and etc. Yes. So now let's go to ask Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam how he described taqwa with the name of fasting. So definitely Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam is a prophet. The way he described, nobody can describe that. Because he has a direct link with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam saying once, إذا صمت فليصم صمتا. When you fast, your ears should fast. Yes, there is a fast for ears. Of course, we are keeping ourselves away from food and drink. But the whole day we are resting something which is not supposed to rest. That means we are not fasting. There is a fast for ears. When you fast, your eyes should fast. That means we are fasting. We are keeping ourselves away from food and drink. But we are watching, we are seeing everything which is not permissible in the religion to see that. When we stand up, when we fast, our tongue should be fast. Yeah, we are fasting, we are not eating, and we are not drinking, but we are talking slowly. Or sometimes we are talking unnecessarily. We are using bad words. Or bad biting or something. So actually we are killing our fasting. We are not fasting. Why? Because taqwa demands that. Taqwa demands control your ears, control your eyesight, control your tongue. Whatever the Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam says, when you fast, your hand should fast. You cannot touch everything. So, when the all parts of body, because finally Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam says in this list, وَكُلُّ عَزْمٍ مِنْكَ, each and every part of body should be fast. That means that is the taqwa. Our heart, our mind, even the mind also has a fast. Mind fast is what? Don't think different. Don't think negative. Think positive. Don't make a plan which is not permissible to plan. You have to think good all the time. So, then Alhamdulillah, we are going to achieve taqwa. Then our fast will be complete. Otherwise, Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam said many people they fast, they will not get anything but hunger and thirst. So we have to achieve something. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give you. وَإِذَا سَأَلَكَ عِبَادِي عَنِّي فَإِنِّي قَرِيبٌ. My believers, my pastors, they are asking me, tell them I am very near to them. إِنِّي قَرِيبٌ, I am near. أُجِيبُ دَعْوَةَ الدَّاعِ إِذَا دَعَانِي فَلْيَسْتَجِيبُوا لِي. Tell them, ask whatever they want. I am ready to accept. And we're going to keep you on right track until level 1. If something going to come again, some corrosion is start to come in our spirituality, then other months of Ramadan will come. So my dear, it is not that means to just keep ourselves away from food and drink. No. We have to achieve something.
So if
Kung Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and give us understanding of religion. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives taqwa. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives my dear brothers, I think you have seen there are brothers over there from Ikana, one of famous organizations. I believe each and every state and every big city they have a branch. They have done a wonderful job for a long time. I know them from almost 40 years. So alhamdulillah, well-known personalities, well-known speakers, they are involved in that organization. Just like Dr. Muhammad Siddiqui and Imam Siraj Mahajan, etc. So alhamdulillah, in the state of California, I am seeing when I was in Bay Area and seeing what they are doing for Ummah, for Muslim community, for brothers and sisters. And they have a very nice program for each and every. All right, I cannot have a time to go into detail. Inshallah, tonight, the director of Usna in Sacramento, inshallah, he will talk to you tonight, 5-10 minutes before Tarawih, inshallah. So, alhamdulillah, I am satisfied, and all other scholars are satisfied. Whatever they are doing a job for Ummah. So, they need your help. So, I would like to request all of you to, when you go out, please take their flyers and try to do whatever they are requesting. Okay? Well, our president has said, whatever we going to collect the zakat from our box, all the zakat money goes to inshallah. This okay? आज जो कलेक्ट हो गया ना भाई, जो जमा होगा पैसा सरकार के अंदर, इंशाअल्लाह वो हमको चला जाएगा। स्टॉक में डालते हैं। ओके, कल से फजर की नमाज इंशाअल्लाह 6:30 बजे होगी। आप बीमारों से अपना दुआ फरमाएं। दो खवातीन से उन्होंने गुजारिश किया जो इनको अपने जवाब दें। أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
الحمد لله الذي أنزل على عبده الكتاب ولم يجعل له عوجا قيما لينذر بأسا شديدا من لدنه ويبشر المؤمنين الذين يعملون الصالحات أن لهم أجرا حسنا ماكثين فيه أبدا وينذر الذين قالوا اتخذ الله ولدا. الحمد لله الذي هدانا لخير الأديان وما كنا لنهتدي لولا أن هدانا الله وأكمل لنا ديننا وأتم علينا نعمته ورضي لنا الإسلام دينا فلا نعبد ولا نستعين إلا إياه ألف بين قلوب أهل الإيمان فأصبحوا بنعمته إخوانا ونشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له هو الأول والآخر والظاهر والباطن وهو بكل شيء عليم والله على كل شيء قدير والله عليم بذات الصدور ونشهد أن سيدنا ونبينا وحبيبنا ومولانا محمدا عبده ورسوله أرسله الله تعالى بالحق بشيرا ونذيرا وداعيا إلى الله بإذنه وسراجا منيرا وبشر المؤمنين بأن لهم من الله فضلا كبيرا. أما بعد أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا كتب عليكم الصيام كما كتب على الذين من قبلكم لعلكم تتقون أيام معدودة. وقال سبحانه وتعالى شهر رمضان الذي أنزل فيه القرآن هدى للناس وبينات من الهدى والفرقان ومن شهد منكم الشهر فليصم ومن كان مريضا أو على سفر فعدة من أيام أخرى يريد الله بكم اليسر ولا يريد بكم العسر ولتكملوا العدة ولتكبروا الله على ما هداكم ولعلكم تشكرون. وإذا سألك عبادي عني فإني قريب أجيب دعوة الداعي إذا دعاني فليستجيبوا لي وليؤمنوا بي لعلهم يرشدون. وقال سبحانه وتعالى إنا أنزلناه في ليلة القدر وما أدراك ما ليلة القدر ليلة القدر خير من 1000 شهر تنزل الملائكة والروح فيها بإذن ربهم من كل أمر سلام هي حتى مطلع الفجر. وقال نبينا صلى الله عليه وسلم إذا صمت فليصم سمعك وبصرك ولسانك ويدك وكل عبد منك أو كما قال عليه الصلاة والسلام. صدق الله العظيم وصدق رسوله النبي الكريم ونحن على ذلك من الشاهدين والشاكرين فاستغفروه إن الله هو الغفور الرحيم. الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونؤمن به ونتوكل عليه ونعوذ بالله من شرور انفسنا ومن سيئات اعمالنا من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له ونشهد ان لا اله الا الله وحده لا شريك له ونشهد ان سيدنا ونبينا وحبيبنا ومولانا محمدا عبده ورسوله اما بعد فاعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما اللهم صل على محمد وآله وصحبه أجمعين خصوصا منهم على أمير المؤمنين سيدنا أبا بكر الصديق رضي الله تعالى عنه وعلى أمير المؤمنين سيدنا عمر بن الخطاب رضي الله تعالى عنه وعلى أمير المؤمنين سيدنا عثمان بن عفان رضي الله تعالى عنه وعلى امير المؤمنين سيدنا علي بن ابي طالب رضي الله تعالى عنه وعلى ولده السيدين الشهيدين ابي محمد بن الحسن وابي عبد الله بن حسين بن الطاهر سيدة فاطمة الطاهرة رضي الله تعالى عنها قال النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم الله اصحابي لا تتخذوهم بدرا من بعدي ومن احبهم فليحبني احبهم ومن ابغضهم فليبغضني ابغضهم وخير القلوب قرني ثم الذين يلونهم ثم الذين يلونهم اللهم اغفر للمسلمين والمؤمنات والمسلمين والمسلمات الاحياء منهم والاموات ربنا انك سميع قريب مجيب الدعوات يا قاضي الحاجات اللهم اجرنا في النار يا مجيب يا مجيب يا مجيب اللهم انصر الاسلام والمسلمين اللهم اعز الاسلام والمسلمين اللهم انصر الاسلام والمسلمين في كل مكان اللهم انصر الاسلام والمسلمين في فلسطين خاصه يا الله اللهم انصر الاسلام والمسلمين في فلسطين وفي لبنان وفي سوريا وفي التدبير وفي كل مكان ربنا افرض عليهم صبرا وثبت اقدامهم وانصرهم على القوم الكافرين اللهم انا نجعلك في نحورهم ونعوذ بك من شرورهم ربنا لا تؤاخذنا ان نسينا او اخطانا ربنا ولا تحمل علينا اصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقه لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا انت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين اعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن الله يأمر بالعدل والإحسان وإيتاء ذي القربى وينهى عن الفحشاء والمنكر والبغي يعظكم لعلكم تذكرون فاذكروا الله العظيم يذكركم وادعوه يستجب لكم ولذكر الله تعالى أعلى وأولى وأعز وأجل وأقوى وأكبر. الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة
الصلاة قد الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله.
Please concentrate and switch off your cell phones. Allahu Akbar. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. آمين. وأطيعوا الله والرسول لعلكم ترحمون وسارعوا إلى مغفرة من ربكم وجنة عرضها السماوات والأرض أعدت للمتقين الذين ينفقون في السراء والضراء والكاظمين الغيظ والعافين عن الناس والله يحب المحسنين والذين إذا فعلوا فاحشة أو ظلموا أنفسهم ذكروا الله فاستغفروا لذنوبهم ومن يغفر الذنوب إلا الله ولم يصروا على ما فعلوا وهم يعلمون. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. آمين. أولئك جزاؤهم مغفرة من ربهم وجنات تجري تحتها الأنهار تجري من تحتها الأنهار خالدين فيها ونعم أجر العاملين قد خلت من قبلكم سنن فسيروا في الأرض فانظروا كيف كان عاقبة المكذبين هذا بيان للناس وهدى وموعظة للمتقين ولا تهنوا ولا تحزنوا وأنتم الأعلون إن كنتم مؤمنين الله أكبر سمع الله لمن حمده الله أكبر السلام عليكم ورحمة الله السلام عليكم ورحمة الله الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على
Please pass it on to your family, friends. They're in our Muslim stores. They are funding, helping Israel. They are selling product. So please pass it on to your families. They're in our Muslim stores. Let's get them out so that it's been in our stores for far too long. They support the fact that they are a purchase items company, that we need to get them out of our store shelves. Thank you, brother.
All right, so thank you guys for joining me with that. We're going to continue the stream. We're going to continue to get it going. It doesn't stop here, but we're going to continue on with our MMA and our boxing conversations as we've had that nice little prayer session that we had. Boy, only problem is, how do I get up out of here? These cars right here are sort of stuck together. How was the Mosque? The Mosque is awesome. I'm going to give you guys a final shot of the Mosque as I'm driving by. Look, this is the V Street Mosque that we are at right now. So let me show you guys right here. Give it a nice little roundabout here real quick. See, and right across it is a small church. How about that, right? Just right across from it. So right here, V Street. This is, for those that are wondering, this is V Street Mosque. Literally the oldest mosque in the United States. Started about like 1947. This mosque came about. So let me show you guys right here. I'm going to show you the front area of the mosque right here. See? Show me, see right there. 1947. If you look up there, it says established around 1947 or so here in Sacramento, California. All right. All right, so we'll stay on for just a little bit longer. Obviously, I was going to stop just right before I was going to go into the mosque. I figured, you know what? Why not take you guys with me? You excited for UFC tomorrow, or is it just another Apex card? In my opinion, it is just another Apex card. I did make a video about it, and I literally had to make a Suge Knight topic on top of a Roman Dolidze and a Marvin Vettori main event like analysis. I didn't even really do any analysis on it. I sort of just talked about why the rematch between Martin Vettori and Dolidze is really useless in terms of future championship implications. Now, can you really say that if, let's say, Marvin Vettori was to win tomorrow, that he's going to get a title shot? I have a hard time believing that. I also have a hard time believing the potential of Roman Dolidze getting a title shot anytime soon. Although it isn't possible, he could string up a few wins here out of nowhere and he can get a title shot. That is possible, but at the same time, I don't know, man. I don't have a strong belief that he is a championship contender worthy, at least not right now. What do you think? Do you think there's any truth to Roman Dolidze or Marvin Vettori perhaps becoming a champion at some point? It's a little difficult for me to sort of believe that. But if you think otherwise, let me know. Yeah, it makes no sense. A win will probably give these guys Izzy or Fluffy. Okay, so that's a good point. Now, Fluffy is literally on his way up. By the way, shout outs to Fluffy. I fought on the same card as Fluffy back in 2012 in Reno Combat Championship. So a little fun fact about Fluffy Hernandez there. So, okay, so, yeah, as far as Izzy goes, he's already fought Marvin Vettori. Is there really any interest in seeing that fight again, especially when there's no championship implications involved? It's very difficult to sell that kind of fight. I'm going to be honest with you. Very difficult. Very, very difficult to sell that kind of fight. But again, you never know, man. You never know. Maybe it would be good for, like, let's say, a main card fight. Not even a co-main event. Certainly not a main event. I mean, you can make it a main event if it's like one of those big cities where you want to have a fight night card. That could be a possibility. But as far as a numbered UFC pay-per-view, I don't really see that as a potential whatsoever. Not at all. Not a good potential whatsoever, I don't think. But again, you never know. Izzy is in need of a win. He is, man. You know what? I'm very surprised of the Imavov loss. Now, I got to be honest with you, as a fellow Muslim brother, I was very happy to see Imavov win. But I didn't think that he was going to win. And I'm almost ashamed to kind of admit that. I'm ashamed to admit that I didn't see him winning that fight. I really am. I really am, right? Because I was so surprised, but at the same time, I thought I was so sure that he was going to win. Imavov finally got this chance to, especially losing to Strickland a while ago. Yeah. Yeah, man. You know, and styles make fights, doesn't it? Obviously, he lost to Strickland, but will he lose to Izzy? And that match in of itself made it kind of compelling. Imavov and Marvin Vettori, it's not really all that compelling, to be honest with you. There's not a lot of implications behind it. In fact, I'm probably going to go with, drum roll please, Roman Dolidze. I think Roman Dolidze is going to win that fight. Let me know what you think. Who do you think is going to win that fight between them? I got Roman Dolidze possibly by 5-round decision. I think they will go 5 rounds. Dolidze already fought Imavov too. Dolidze by wrestling to a decision. Yeah, they did fight. This is why I call it like a meaningless rematch. Although great for Dolidze, he can get in there and sort of, you know, avenge his loss. But at the same time, I think that this is Roman Dolidze's time in comparison to Marvin Vettori. And I think he is definitely going to out-wrestle him all throughout this fight. I don't see that going any other way. I can see him wrestling him and nullifying a lot of the brawling style that Marvin Vettori may try to come at him with in this fight. So, but we shall see. We shall see. A lot of good potential in that. So, yeah, man. What do we have here? Dolidze versus Fluffy was a fight that was supposed to happen, but got canceled during the Dustin and Islam card. Yes, I do remember that they were supposed to fight, right? And yeah, that never fell through. But I don't know, man. You know, I may be biased on this because I have been around Fluffy before. I fought in the same card as him. I even got into it with Fluffy's opponent just right before I was gonna fight, and he was fighting on that same day. And yeah, so I'm probably a little biased towards Fluffy, but I think Fluffy can beat a lot of these guys. And you know what, man, he's showed so much improvement in the past couple of years that it really wouldn't surprise me if Fluffy becomes a 185 champion at some point. At least, I don't know, man, just not if Khamzat is there. I think Khamzat is just on a whole nother level that I think is going to be very difficult for someone like him to contend with. But we shall see. We shall see. But yeah, Khamzat and Imavov are tough also. Kaio, yeah, man. The 185 division is a little bit stacked. It's getting stacked up there. So, you know, we shall see. We shall see. You know what I mean? A lot of good potential in that regard. So, potente, as MMA Guru likes to say. Potente. Rob versus Fluffy would be great. Robert Whitaker versus Fluffy, yes. Yes, that absolutely would be great. Well, all right, guys. So that is all that I have for you guys right now. Don't forget to like and subscribe. This has been a really awesome stream. I really had a great time. Not only that, I was glad to have showed the mosque, one of the mosques that I frequent at every Fridays. This isn't usually the mosque that I go to every Friday. There's a one near my house that I go to, but this is one of them. I'm glad that I have been able to share this with you. Thank you, Big Ink MMA, for being my moderator, and thank you for everybody. That's let me give some special shout outs here. Big Ink, Eugene Pearson, Gray Sutherland, shout out to you. Staffa, Politically Correct MMA, Jigsaw Workshop, Babay, AJ McAnderson. Who else? Politically Correct. Alkai, shout out to you. Jayla, Mahdi, Darius Mitchell, even though you were kind of saying some sus stuff there. But yeah, either way, thank you, everybody. Have a beautiful Friday. I will see you in the next one. I will see you on the live stream tomorrow for Marvin Vettori versus Roman Dolidze. I will be live streaming that. I will see you guys on the next one. And I'm not going to do anything about Bryce Mitchell's comments. And you know exactly what Bryce Mitchell's comments are. In fact, I'm probably going to be a little bit reluctant in titling Bryce Mitchell endorses such and such German guy in the 1940s, and you know exactly who I'm talking about. So before we continue on, I'd like you guys to like and subscribe as I talk about the controversies of Bryce Mitchell, and also why the UFC will do absolutely nothing about it. For one, the UFC is not like the NBA. And as a result of that, what you're going to get is a company that really stands by, we're going to allow our fighters to say what they want to say as long as what? They don't mention something racist? Okay, true. But let's analyze this, right? And I want you to understand this is not in any way to endorse or go against Bryce Mitchell in any kind of way. What I need you to understand is that Bryce Mitchell is only saying words. But What are those words? You know exactly what he said. The quote is out there in the internet right now. And everything that he's saying in there about this 1940s German guy. He's making him look like a hero. He's making him look like a defender of a nation. But here's another thing you got to understand that many people don't take into consideration. There's a term that goes, one man's freedom fighter is another man's terrorist. This is the case that we got going on right now. And that's going to be hard for a lot of people to swallow. Man, do I like it? No, absolutely not. I hate it. But who cares what I think? That's not what I'm trying to convey in this video. What I'm trying to convey in this video is the objective outlooks that we have to understand surrounding the story. For example, the normalization of this particular language in Twitter. And some can argue that it is propelled by Elon Musk, and it doesn't help that Elon Musk went and did the salute that he did to create such suggestive languages that do nothing but really create more stirred emotions from, let's be honest, a lot of people who are either just too invested or people that have low emotional intelligence. So now, is it right that Bryce Mitchell said what he said? You got to be honest, right? A lot of people have a different type of conversation behind closed doors. I've seen this growing up in New Jersey. You see, for example, I knew a lot of Italian Americans that I grew up with in Jersey, and that would be, go figure, right? You live in New Jersey, that's the type of people you're going to be around. So honestly, a lot of them, not all of them, but a good portion of the ones that I've experienced in my own anecdotal personal point of view, a lot of them will say racist remarks behind closed doors. And guess what? It's not exclusive to the Italians either, right? It goes with everybody, every group, Hispanics, whites, blacks, Haitians, Europeans, Arab. I'm going on a little Nas tangent right there with the lyrics, but on any regard, look, what you got to understand is we live in a culture right now where there are people that sort of accept this type of language. Now, the question is, how are you going to respond to it? Are you going to respond to it as an antagonist, or are you going to respond to it as a protagonist, and as a result, put yourself in the line of fire when you draw the line in the sand? Or do you just look at all of this as an observer, as either to analyze it from an objective point of view or criticize it to the highest degree? Now, let's talk about the UFC. What are they going to do about it? The reality is absolutely nothing, because the UFC stands by freedom of speech. Did he say anything racist? Well, let's be honest, right? If he mentioned anything about anyone's race, then yes. But what he was doing, Bryce Mitchell, was comparing a person that needed to take action in whatever it is that he needed to do for his country, at least in the message that is being conveyed by Bryce Mitchell. Now, is he right? Listen, that's not for me to decide. And whether I agree with it or not is irrelevant. Whether you agree with it or not is irrelevant. But it is interesting to understand where all of this sort of sort of falls into the modern culture that we are living at today. You see, I think there's a bigger play at hand to try and understand here, right? The UFC is the modern Attitude Era from the WWE. Do you remember that era? Because that was an era where they had attracted a demographics of college-aged males all the way to the age of 45, where these men at this particular age group have enough testosterone to really get disrespectful, go out of line, and do things that are just beyond outrageous to the highest order in order for shock value, which was, again, the culture of the late 90s during the Attitude Era. You had Tupac, Death Row, D-Generation X, NWO in professional wrestling. You had dudes gang jumping everybody into NWO and in WCW. And then you had everybody in the WWE doing all these outrageous acts, including racial monotones when you had the likes of the Nation of Domination and D-Generation X sort of poking fun, wearing black paint faces to mock their opposition, who happens to be an all-black squad in the Nation of Domination. And for those that understand professional wrestling, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So, will Dana White do anything about this? No. And let's analyze that. What is Dana White going to say about this particular matter? He's going to say, you know what? That's not up for me to decide. That's literally what he's going to say. It's not up for me to decide, and that's only for the bottom dollar of the UFC if it tanks. And you know what? It's not going to tank. You want to know why? This is the same culture as I'm talking about with the Attitude Era right now. This is the same culture that elected Donald Trump in office. And you got to understand and analyze the overall supporter base of Donald Trump. Not all. Because look, not all of the Donald Trump supporters are like Snoop Dogg or Jorge Masvidal or you name it. Maybe even Colby Covington. There's an extreme end, an extreme spectrum of his followers. So you got to understand that, okay? There's an extreme side of his followers, which means this is what they're willing to tolerate. They don't have a problem with it. And if you have a problem with it, here's something that you are not understanding right now. You are not understanding that you're living in a different era, in a completely different political landscape. You see, the woke movement was ruling the entire narrative in the media for a little bit. And then after a while, people got sick and tired of it because it just became redundant, in your face. And as a result, there was a pushback. And what was that pushback? The current political landscape that you are seeing right now. So as a result of that political change in landscape, what you have now is a completely different outlook of culture from, I would say, the majority of Americans. And that is the reason why I honestly don't think that Bryce Mitchell is going to get in trouble, is going to be reprimanded. Will he be condemned? Of course. Will his stock go down or go up? That remains to be seen. But for now, don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you guys in the next one, inshallah.
And, like go spend some time in Latin America and have some fun where the weather doesn't suck and the place isn't flooded with jeets Arabs and Sub-Saharans. So I look at the chat anyway. It's been fucking, I don't even know how long so far. I've just been ranting around. I told you all I'm in a fucking mood. So anyway, I'll check out the fucking chat now. So hi, Slim, Story, first in the chat, lad. Good evening, sir. Tip of the hat to you, Sean Setchamali. One of my funniest posters consistently. Love you, my dude. Hello, friend. Dolidze salutes to you. Who's everybody got tonight? You got Dolidze or you got Vettori? Okay, we love the based Italians who use the N-word on social media. We love Vettori. He's an autist. He's our guy.
If you hate constantly being swarmed by ads, you need to download Pi. It's a free Chrome extension that blocks ads on all your...
All right, but Dolidze, come on, like, he's one of... Good evening, sir. Tip of the hat to you, Sean Setchamali. One of my funniest posters consistently. Love you, my dude. Hello, friend. Dolidze salutes to you. Who's everybody got tonight? You got the... Just been ranting and ranting. I told you all I'm in a fucking mood. So anyway, I'll check out what needs to be reclaimed entirely. Priority number one, fucking Ireland. Leaning toward America. And Trump probably behind the scenes was like, you know, like, you need to deal with us and you need to make nice with us and you need to, you know, like do X, Y, and Z. I don't know what exactly he was saying, but like Trump probably threatened him to pull out like all the pharmaceuticals and the tech companies out of Ireland, which would fuck our economy entirely. So we need the US on our side. We need to get the fuck out of the EU and we need Ireland for the fucking Irish. And we can worry about the rest of Europe later. Yeah, Europa needs to be reclaimed entirely. Priority number one, fucking Ireland. All right. So with Trump on the side of Ireland, with the US on the side of Ireland, with Mihal starting to move more back into the direction of nationalism, there is hope for this country. But for a while, I'm gonna get the fuck out of here and you know, like go spend some time in Latin America and have some fun where the weather doesn't suck and the place isn't flooded with Jeets, Arabs, and Sub-Saharans. So I look at the chat anyway. It's been fucking, I don't even know how long so far. I've just been ranting around. I told you all I'm in a fucking mood. So anyway, I'll check out the fucking chat now. So hi, Slim, Story, first in the chat, lad. Good evening, sir. Tip of the hat to you, Sean Setchamali. One of my funniest posters consistently. Love you, my dude. Hello, friend. Dolidze salutes to you. Who's everybody got tonight? You got Dolidze or you got Vettori? Okay, we love the based Italians who use the N-word on social media. We love Vettori. He's an autist. He's our guy, all right? But Dolidze, come on, like, he's one of... He's
All right, so I got to tell you, the reason why I wanted to highlight this, it's sort of a good little segue from the Bryce Mitchell content that I did. So I got to tell you, I'm quite interested in this guy's content, although it is quite controversial. A lot of its views I may not necessarily agree with, but at the same time, I think this sort of highlights what sort of demographics is in the world of mixed martial arts right now, right? There's a lot of, how do I say this, lack of a better term, white nationalism going on. A lot of it is hidden. A lot of it is in your face. But this guy right here is really in your face about his views. And so we're going to try to take a look at his live stream that's going on right now and check out what he's talking about. Because he does talk about some pretty interesting things. And I got to tell you, if you're not for freedom of speech or any kind of that capacity, you may be offended by what this guy has to say, but let's check it out.
He means a lot to the Critical Light channel, all right? We've got a Dolidze related gimmick, and his name is just perfect to, you know, use a wordplay to be saying things we maybe shouldn't be saying on the J-Tube. So, yeah, like I'm going for Roman Dolidze, and yeah, turning my back on the Italian boy. I just think Marvin doesn't have good power. He's, you know, like all of his wins are by decision. He's had a lot of close wins. Jared Cannonier beat the absolute shit out of him. Like Roman Dolidze has been performing really well recently. He had a bit of a run at light heavyweight, and then he came back down. Dolidze looking fucking bricked up as well at the weigh-ins. I don't know if you saw the weigh-ins, but Dolidze looks in fucking way better shape than Marvin. And Marvin's always been a tank. Marvin's always been like a specimen. Dolidze mogged him at that weigh-in. So anyway, crash out incoming. Pass that there. Let's fucking go. All right. Fuller was a killer, and then Nick Diaz was like, you know, talking shit to him, face slapping him in the cage, knocked him out with a fucking jab, and like Nick Diaz may be my favorite fighter of all time, but you know, like recently and later in his career, yeah, Nick Diaz turned into you know, with him, but yeah, Nick got dominated in that fight, and then subsequently, if you Diaz with a head kick, one of the best fights I've ever seen, as well as I'd love to see Robbie Lawler back in the UFC. What was his last fight? Was it fucking Nico Price? He fucking murdered Nico Price in like no time, and didn't he retire? Wasn't his last fight the Nico Price fight? All right, I gotta calm the fuck down. I need to read the chat. Calm, pardon me. So yeah, I read 3 fucking chat messages so far. Evening Critical, Frankie Payne, what's up? Dolidze salutes to my guys. Just thinking, all my fault. What is all your fault? Just thinking. Anyone who's against Judah is a friend of mine. All right, dude, we didn't start it. The Irish didn't start it. Look, go look at my last community post, and my man fucking Cachoeira mentions that the invasion of Ireland into Britain, I believe it was in the 11th century, was initiated by Strongbow. He was like a Franco Norman or something, but he was a high-ranking British like military guy at the time, and he.
Okay, so one of the things that Critical Eye MMA likes to emphasize a lot is nationalism towards Ireland. So something to keep in mind when you listen to some of the views that he has going on.
Led an incursion into Ireland, which began the British occupation of Ireland, which lasted almost 800 years, right? That guy was sponsored by a fucking blue jay called like Jouse, or I don't know how to pronounce his name, like Jouse of Gloucester or something. And I was talking to Lockery as well, how Cromwell, responsible for the worst period of the genocide against the Irish by the British. Cromwell absolutely ruined Ireland, was responsible for the deaths of millions of Irish, the enslavement of hundreds of thousands of Irish, literally slaughtered, tortured Irish people to death. Like, we were treated worse than the Ends ever were in Africa.
All right, so that's some pretty interesting stuff right here that he's got going on. So, yeah, real interesting history here.
In all the fucking history. So the Blue Jays started it with us. So I'm going to keep opening my mouth. And I go into my fucking city. I go up to Dublin. I see the fucking state of the place. Like, Ireland is looking like it's lost and things need to turn around soon. So, like, they fucking started it, all right? So I'm just yapping. I've been noticing things. I can't shut the fuck up about it because these people have fucked over my people, my ethnic group, my nation so badly over a period of hundreds of fucking years. So fuck these people. Like, fuck them. They're the enemy unless they prove themselves otherwise. We need...
So I think you would kind of imagine what he means by that and who the Blue Jays are exactly. So
cash at Irish nationalists to help us reclaim our country and start the Reconquista. Maybe I'll be friends with the Blue Jays, all right? But until then, fuck you guys. Fucking dickheads. You fucked over the Irish for hundreds of years. We didn't do shit to you, so you don't have any excuse playing the fucking victim narrative as usual, like you do with the fucking Germans who you fucked over so badly as well. But you know,
I think you know what
things
group
that you
he's
can whine
talking
about, and you know, like stories that you can make up. But as far as the Irish, no, you pricks started it. All right. So anyway, I need a fucking drink of water. Let's see. Shitting on Lavrov echoes back, laddie. Yeah, Lavrov is a boomer idiot. I like JD Vance. JD Vance's takes on Europe are accurate, informed, intelligent, well considered. Lavrov is a fat old boomer who needs to lie to try to demonize Europe, and he makes up stuff that's just false. Fuck Sergei Lavrov. Sergei Lavrov. He's a 6-letter F word. He's a stupid old boomer. He's a lying rat who doesn't know shit and has to lie to try to prove a point, okay? You want to criticize Europe, criticize the current management, criticize the EU like JD Vance did. That's how you attack Europe effectively as far as a rhetorical strategy that's not built on lies like Sergei's. 2 seconds there.
all right, so this is getting really interesting right now. Let's hear the rest of what he has to say here. He's got some
I'm gonna
really
probably have to
interesting
urinate in a while. I'm
here.
drinking loads of fucking water too, and it's like warm in here. The sun was out today. Should have opened the window, but then my neighbors will just like congregate outside my house and listen to my fucking insane ravings and probably talk more shit about me than they usually do. But whatever, like I give a fuck. All right. Where are we in the chat? Maybe got through 5 fucking messages so far. There's not that much going on in the chat anyway. Come on, keep the chat active if you want to stick around, and fucking anybody that's not poor, throw me some fucking donos or I'm not going to stick around long, all right? Fucking, I have a big trip to Latin America soon. I have loads of expenses that I just paid and loads of shit that I had to pay for recently. So if you give a shit and you have the means, fucking toss me a dono and don't be fucking, you know, Jews about it. Anyway, all my fault? No, I got past there. Oh yeah, Lavrov. Big Red, how we doing tonight, bro? I'm fucking pissed off, but I'm grand. I'm feeling good. I'm healthy. I'm fucking working out regularly. I'm eating a fucking lot. I ate like fucking 2/3 of a kilo of beef for my fucking lunch. I didn't eat that much earlier. And then I was out all day. And then when I came back, I ate like 2/3 of a kilo of beef with like veggies and like raw broccoli, raw garlic. And then I had 6 eggs after that and a chicken leg and then 2 chicken wings. So I ate a fucking shitload. Oh, Emmett Riley, my man. I I can't see what you can. Hold on, I'll just fucking scroll down here and then I'll go fucking back up. All right, I'll just check because Emmett gave me a dono. Oh, my man, $5. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it. You rule, man. You're fucking willing to throw me a dono. You fucking rule, all right? Not.
So we'll get back to him. In the meantime, I'm going to play you a replay of my BJ Penn conspiracy theory video that I made yesterday. All right. So before you guys check out this video, I want you to check out my previous video regarding Suge Knight and Dr. Dre. Some shocking details on that matter. And while this is going on, obviously going on in the fight week between the rematch of Roman Dolidze taking on Marvin Vettori. You guys check that out. Got some real interesting details on that. But for now, let's check out some real interesting details that we got about BJ Penn. Now, obviously, we all know about all the conspiracies that are going on with BJ Penn right now, right? He's claiming that somebody has replaced his mom, claiming that, Big Ink MMA, shout out to Big Ink MMA tapping in right now. So, yeah, the conspiracy that is going on with BJ Penn right now, he feels that the CIA has all of this concocted in order to take over certain land in Hawaii. Now, is it the CIA or is it just a whole bunch of billionaires that are trying to become opportunists at a moment where there was wildfires going on? There were a lot of people that were being displaced and things of that nature. And so he decided, you know what? Maybe this is all that's happening right now. Now, we don't know if that's the truth or not. We don't know if there's some reality to that conspiracy. You also got to understand, right? There's a lot of guys out there that sort of use the conspiracy theory as their identity, right? You often see guys like, oh, look at Mike. He's crazy. You know, Mike is crazy, man. You know what? Well, why? Why do I always say that Mike is crazy or your friend that always leans towards conspiracies? Because it becomes their identity. You know, you've had guys like that. At the same time, though, this is not in any way to discourage anybody that does conspiracies or looks into things, because you know what? If you're not hyper skeptical of the world and you don't have any form of what are you talking about, bro? I'm talking about how there are some people out there that use conspiracy theory as their identity. Shout outs to Hunter's Mamuve. Shout out to you. So, yeah, man, a lot of people out there, dude, all I want to know is whether or not you think Bigfoot is real. Honestly, I don't think that Bigfoot is real because there's no evidence of that. And that's kind of where we're going to lead this whole entire concept and this whole entire topic, right? A lot of people out there do believe that Bigfoot is real, or damn it, I was just about to sub. Okay, well, explain to me why you believe that it's real. And shout outs to Hunter's Mamove says, I'm going to sub. Who did 9/11? Well, honestly, if you ask me who I think did 9/11, Playboy, I think it is the official story. I know that a lot of people want to blame Israel, that a lot of people out there want to blame Mossad, but that's not the truth. That's not reality. And I'm going to tell you why. Because if you can just call me Hunter. Okay, that's what's up. So evidence is beyond your five senses, Raw Dog says. Look, here's the thing about this, right? You can't always lean things into conspiracies, okay? And reason being is because there's no evidence of it. And the whole 9/11 thing, understand this, right? Why is it far-fetched that Saudis who have this hatred for America because of what had happened in Palestine, due to the fact that America was supporting Palestine, and as a result of that, they decided, hey, you know what? I'm going to go and do something about it. That's not really that far-fetched. That's really just the reality of the situation. But a lot of people want to use other different types of outlooks, different types of theories, different types of outcomes, and different stories to sort of sensationalize the matter. But you also got to understand that there are people out there who are genuinely concerned of the world and want to make sense of it. So this is something that we really have to understand. Crush here says he's real to a particular Native American tribe in Washington, and Mormons believe that he is a transcendent being moving in and out of the realms. That's what I've discovered and from my personal research. Okay, so you're talking about Bigfoot. And also, as for what I've actually seen, it just seems like a markup scheme to overcharge on goods based on a concept of something that doesn't exist. Okay, so here's something that I wanted to bring up to the table, right? BJ Penn once claimed that Max Holloway got knocked out because of CIA involvement. Okay, and we're going to get to that article right now. By the way, if you guys are watching this, I'm literally recording a video for later on, so you guys can check this out on the video, because I'm going to have all of these articles pulled up on the video form when I release it. So here it goes, right? Shout outs to what I believe is Eastern Europe BJJ. Okay, this is a website that says back in October 29, 2024, BJ claims that the CIA is the reason why Max Holloway got knocked out by Ilia Topuria. Is BJ Penn lying, or is it CTE? Good question, Bink Ank MMA. We're going to find that out. Max Crack Nose Holloway Playboy says. Raw Dog says, BJ Penn is my favorite fighter ever, but he has brain damage. That could be the case. Now, let's read this article right here. BJ Penn is once again on a roll with his dubious social media posts, this time claiming the CIA is the reason why Max Holloway got knocked out against Ilia Topuria at UFC 308. Specifically, Penn suggested that a secret society is the reason why Max Holloway and some fighters lost their matches. Now, come on. Do you honestly think that these people who are, I don't know, secret societies, do they really care what goes on in the world of fighting? Now, maybe if you're Dana White and what had happened earlier with Magomed Ankalaev and Pereira, maybe you do care because your business and bottom line is sort of predicated on what's going to happen in that matchup. Okay, so now specifically, Penn has suggested that a certain secret society is a reason why Holloway lost his fight. Playboy says CTE is real. Raw Dog says BJ Penn is my favorite fighter, but has brain damage. Okay, we read that. Here is what he had to say in the caption. Okay, so this is what BJ Penn had to say, okay? Anybody can say, BJ, that's crazy. That's a crazy idea. We got to start preparing for them no matter how crazy it is, bottom line. There are best friends. They are our wives. They are our girlfriends. They are our in-laws, all of these different people. There is a secret society, and I talk about it all the time. So it's nothing new over here on this page, but it happened all the time. Guaranteed true for me, to Aldo, to Max, to everybody down the line, to the heavyweights, all of them, everybody in the sport and the industry, or any sport in the industry. They do it all the time. And then they got their guys too. They got their actors. So here we go. There's always these aspects of actors when it comes to these people, right? There's always people that are actors there. Look at Alex Jones, right? Look at the reason why Alex Jones got sued. He claimed that the people of that school shooting were all actors. Okay, and then they went out and sued him. Rightfully so, because you're talking about real people that have had real violence and real victimhood done upon them. And then you go out and you minimize that for your own entertainment. I mean, it's sickening, but at the same time, it becomes his identity. And that's exactly what I'm talking to you guys about from the very beginning. Sometimes conspiracies are people's identities, okay? Because there's always that one guy in a group of friends that has all these conspiracies that they want to talk about, right? Oh, you know, this is what's going on. It was Israel that did 9/11. ISIS was created by the CIA and this and that. Look, there's a lot of complicated issues in the world. And I think sometimes conspiracy theories sort of explain these particular matters at hand, but they explain it in a very minimal standard. So please understand where we're going to go with this, right? Also, you got to understand, right? I want to play devil's advocate, or I'm sorry, I don't like using the word devil's advocate as a Muslim. I'm going to just say I'm an advocate, okay? I'm going to advocate for both sides. We have to take into consideration BJ Penn ran as a governor. He ran for governor. Why did he want to do that? Why did he have these political ambitions? Did he have the pull and the weight of Hawaii behind him to do so? Does he have the influence? Of course he does. But could he win? Of course, that's very much possible. You see, everybody in Hawaii, they love to fight. You see, there are certain fight cultures in the world. For example, California out here, we love what a lot of people in California call running the fade. We love the scrap. We love the squabble, right? Sort of like the Kendrick Lamar song, Squabble, right? That's what we love to do. In England, they love to knuckle up. They got a bare knuckle culture. Well, guess what? Hawaii is very much similar. It's a scrappy culture. And BJ Penn was one of their biggest legends. So for him to win as governor, it wouldn't be far-fetched. So now let me entertain all of these conspiracy theories out there, right? Is it possible that he could possibly have a lot of political opponents out there that would love to deter him? Absolutely. That is absolutely a reality. But the question is there any evidence for that? Is there any evidence for that? And we don't know that. We honestly do not know that. Now, here's something you got to understand, right? When people talk about 9/11 and they say that it was Israel that did it, what is the evidence for that? Well, the one evidence that people point out are, let's say you saw the Israeli guys in New York during 9/11 who looked like Arabs and they were cheering on as the towers were falling down. And then later on, when they got captured by NYPD, those same Israeli guys, guess what happened? They found out that those Israeli guys were Israeli intelligence. And after those Israeli intelligent guys went back to Israel, they went and did a talk show very similar to what you have with Maury, with Jerry Springer, you know, a TV talk show during the afternoon, right? They talked about it. They talked about how they saw the towers fall and this and that. It does not mean that Israel was involved in 9/11 in any way. It just meant that it was a bunch of Israeli guys that were excited to see something going on, and they didn't really understand or know what was going on. Okay, now, the other conspiracy theory that we should talk about. Did the CIA, America, Israel, and its allies create ISIS? The answer is no. In my humble opinion, now I could be wrong. Again, like I said, there's a lot of different conspiracy theories out there. They could be right, they could be wrong. But by the end of it all, understand this. Sometimes the reality is a lot more boring than you think. And let me explain why a lot of people thought that Israel and the West created ISIS. Reason being is because here's a powerful terrorist organization that rose from out of nowhere, right? And people can't believe it. So they have to create all these different conspiracies to try and make sense of it all. And that's just really the bottom line of this particular subject. People want to figure out, hey, what is going on with the world right now? What is going on with the Middle East? And how did this particular group come into power? Well, you don't have any true explanation for it other than the fact that it was a group of Iraqi insurgents that basically got better at insurgency. And after they became insurgents, they became a formidable fighting force. That's just really the reality of it. And that's no different than the rebels in Syria that are currently occupying the post-Assad regime right now. So going back to BJ Penn, can we really entertain any of this? Well, the answer is that's for you to decide. But by the end of it all, everybody in the chat, stay. This is all that I got for this one. Shout out to you, Aaron Capricorn. I think I'm going to have to agree with you on that. I got Dolidze on that as well. I think that he's going to win by decision on this one, though, but we'll see. Maybe even for Ilia Topuria as well. There is no other option left but to have these two fight. Now, the problem is there is a lot of people both of these guys can fight. When it comes to the competitive architecture of the UFC, there is never enough short list of people that you can put out there, okay? Like, for example, in the 155 division, obviously Arman Tsarukyan is somebody that Islam Makhachev has already defeated. Charles Oliveira, he's defeated him for the title. They were going to do a rematch, and it doesn't seem like the most formidable rematch to make, considering how the fight went in the first place. Justin Gaethje, an old dog, but at the same time really proved himself to be the top of this division, in a division where it's supposed to be a growing set of new guys that are supposed to come up, but they never do, because here it is, Justin Gaethje defeating what was supposed to be the new generation of guys coming up in Fiziev. Now you look at in the 145 division, the current top five right now, Alexander Volkanovski on top of that, number one, right? With Ilia Topuria as champion. You got Max Holloway, who's been at the top. You got Diego Lopez, who's a new and fresh face. And then you got Movsar Evloev. Now the problem with Ilia Topuria going up at 155 is that they don't want him to hold the 145 championship, because they don't want to have double championships situations going on. And quite frankly, can you blame them? But at the same time, with the current loss of Poatan, you got to think to yourself, maybe they do need superstars, maybe they do need double championships, but suppose they don't do that. Suppose they want to vacate the title before Ilia Topuria moves up. Who's the next choice at hand? Right now, they got Alexander Volkanovski taking on Diego Lopez, which I believe is going to be for the interim title, if not for the full-blown undisputed championship. Now, does Alexander Volkanovski deserve to be there? Probably not, because of the fact that he's been knocked out several times by Islam Makhachev. He's not knocked out several times, only been knocked out once, but the other one was a close split decision against, not even a close split decision, but a pretty close fight with Islam Makhachev. Nonetheless, he doesn't deserve to be up there, but he is. The other choice would have been Movsar Evloev. Now, the other situation with that is many people are complaining that there are too many Dagestani champions right now, and they don't think that they are formidable market pleasers in any kind of way, right? Because obviously, right now, Magomed is the 205 champion. Are people happy about him being the 205 champion? No, of course not. And that's because Alex Pereira was one of the most marketable guys that they could put out there. So it's not a logical matchup to make for the UFC to have Movsar Evloev there, another Dagestani that many people are just going to complain about that's going to be up there. Bryce Mitchell, obviously, he's a big name right now, a lot of controversy behind him, but he's not even in the top 10. He's right now currently ranked in number 13, and I think his next opponent, which is John Silva, a fan favorite. By the way, shout outs to fight nerds, they seem to be doing a whole lot of great stuff right now, right? As far as the knockouts, as far as the marketing value that they have going on, that they have put themselves into, and this team concept that they have of marketing themselves with having glasses and all this. I mean, it's great. It's brilliant stuff, but he's not up there. And for Bryce Mitchell to win that, it does nothing for him, but it does a lot for Jean Silva. And even then, it's still not enough, right? It's a very tough position. And the 145 and the 155 right now. What about Islam Makhachev? He's beaten a lot of people, but he hasn't beaten everybody. There's still, okay, Dan Hooker, he's beaten him. Gamrot, he has yet to beat him. Michael Chandler is still right up there as ranked number 7, but not a fight that I think would interest Islam Makhachev in any kind of way, and quite frankly, not even competitive. So what's the next logical choice? Being the fact that we got no superstars, we got no top names that are ready to fight anytime soon. This is what you have. But they've already made Ilia Topuria drop the belt. So as a result, this is the only logical matchup to make. Now, as I'm making this video right now, there is no confirmation yet that this fight has been made. But one would believe that there is no other logical matchup. Now, there was this rumor where they talked about Conor McGregor possibly fighting Ilia Topuria. Is there any truth to that? Probably not. We don't know where Conor is at right now. We don't know if that's even possible at the current weight that Conor McGregor is at right now. I mean, what are you going to do? Have Ilia Topuria fight at 170? Maybe have Conor make 155? That's a possibility, but still probably very difficult at his time of life right now in his career trajectory. So what's the next possible step? Islam Makhachev versus Ilia Topuria, because anything less would be uncivilized. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one, inshallah. Suge Knight snitched on Dr. Dre, and Roman Dolidze versus Marvin Vettori is a useless matchup. Stay tuned, because I'm going to tell you how these two things relate. Now, number one of the biggest things that I emphasize in my channel is that there are no good guys and bad guys when it comes to understanding the fight game, or when it comes to understanding a story of conflict between two people, no matter if it was in the hip-hop world, or whether it was in the sports world, or whether it was in the mixed martial arts world, or whether it is in the world of geopolitics, and all these different topics that I sort of cover. Well, here's something you got to understand, right? Roman Dolidze fighting Marvin Vettori is a useless matchup to no end at all. And let me explain why. Dan Hardy, you guys know who he is, right? When he retired, he said that the reason why was because he felt that all of this was absolutely useless. If you remember anything about Dan Hardy, he challenged George St. Pierre for the 170-pound title and wasn't successful, but made a good account of himself. He got caught in an arm bar and decided, you know what, I'm not going to tap, I'm going to fight through with it. And afterwards, he sort of got into a losing streak, one after another. The next thing you know, he got a win over Amir Sadallah, which broke the losing streak. And he said, I don't know why I keep doing this. This is just nothing more than a useless, meaningless endeavor. Now, going back to Suge Knight, supposedly he went out and snitched on Dr. Dre, saying that he tried to get him killed. Now, why would he say this? Now, look, if you're from that world and you're about that life, you know that there's certain things that you don't talk about. You know that there's certain things that you don't put out in public. And I just don't understand why he did that. But at the same time, I sort of understand. And then at the same time, I don't. He got denied a parole recently. And I don't know why. I don't know what is the reason behind that. He's already 60 years old. By the time he gets out of prison, I really don't think that there's going to be the same guys those same killers that are going to ride for him the way that they did in the 90s, especially when he had all the money in the world to fund everybody in the hood. Now, why is he saying all of this? Well, let's be honest about this, right? Dr. Dre, no matter how much you love him, no matter how much you're thankful of the fact that he brought 50 Cent, The Game, Eminem, and all these great musical acts that many of you have grown up to love, it does not separate from the fact that he was not the best human being there is. We're talking about a guy that beat up D. Barnes, and that's not even the half of it, right? Behind the scenes, Dr. Dre admitted to Suge Knight that, hey, he's bisexual, he's gay, or this and that. What did Suge Knight do? He did exactly this. He said, you know what? We're going to do exactly what they did back in the Hollywood days, back in the 1950s, what these old white actors used to do when they were gay behind the scenes. They decided, you know what? We're going to set up a marriage so that we can make you look good. That's exactly what they did with Dre, and lo and behold, somewhere along the lines, they got into a fallout, and then here they are with this little beef and little fiasco that they have going on that's been ongoing for 30 some odd years. So here's something you got to understand, right? At some point, he started thinking to himself, none of this really matters anymore. You know what? Here I am in a phone call, in a prison phone call, doing podcasts, doing different interviews, and he decided, you know what? I'm just going to go and spill my guts to the world because none of this matters anymore. He's about to be 60 years old. He's denied a parole. You don't know when he's going to get out. Maybe he's going to serve 10 more years, 20 more years. Who knows? But he's at a point right now where he feels like none of this really matters. Now, of course, this is an MMA channel, and I have to relate the topics that I want to talk about into MMA to get into algorithm. So here's Marvin Vettori in this particular matter at hand, right? Where does he go from here, even if he was to beat Roman Dolidze? And Roman Dolidze, is he even a title challenger worthy? Well, that remains to be seen. I could give you an opinion right now. That may not matter in a couple of years if he proves me wrong. But I doubt he's going to prove me wrong. I don't think that there's going to be any title implications for any of this. I think that these are just two guys that are in a fun fight. One guy has already challenged for the title, Marvin Vettori, and that's that. That's their career. That's what they're going to do. That's the endless pit that they're going to experience in their career trajectory, similar to Dan Hardy and the reason why he decided to retire. He took ayahuasca out of nowhere, started like having these illusions, or not illusions. Let me retract that back. Not illusions, more like revelations of the reality of the world. Like, what is the purpose of doing this over and over again? I win here, I go back, and I go and try to win again, or I lose here, I go back and try to win again, and then if I lose, then I just go through this whole entire cycle over and over and over again. So you understand how this sort of relates to Suge Knight possibly snitching on Dr. Dre. Because if you know anything about Suge Knight, man, he had a fierce reputation in the 90s. I mean, he brought black gang culture into a level of mafioso that many people would have never imagined. Even Keefy D, his rival, flat out said, hey, you know what? We don't do none of that. We don't have the police involved or anything like that, because if you remember, Suge Knight was so powerful that he had the influence of a police force behind him, and to the point where it was such an embarrassment for the city of Compton that they decided to tear down the whole entire police force of Compton as a city police force and convert it into a sheriff's department, which is what currently is happening in Compton right now. But that is the reality of the situation. Sometimes you just get to a point where a lot of things become meaningless. Now, I'm not saying that Roman Dolidze and Marvin Vettori is not a fun fight, because it is. But the question is, what happens after that? And I'm not saying that this story with Suge Knight and Dr. Dre is not interesting, but the reality is what happens after that with all these circumstances surrounding both of them in two different contrasting life trajectories. Number one, Dr. Dre is a super billionaire, owns a piece of Beats, which is affiliated with Apple. So he's got billions off of that. He's living off of royalties. He's living his best life. And for whatever reason, Suge Knight is not. And he's in a completely different life experience right now. He's in prison. He's trying to get parole. He just got recently denied. So he goes on podcasts, goes on different platforms, and spills his guts to the world, literally telling the world that this man tried to get me killed. Now, that's some cold work, man. That is some cold work. But you know what? Maybe there is some point to what Dan Hardy said in the end, is that maybe there is no purpose to any of this. We're just travelers in this life that we're living right now in this realm, waiting for us to go into the next phase of our life, which is the afterlife. But that is all that I have for this one. I hope that I've given you some tips, some life lessons, and some interesting outlooks of life that you may never have seen before. Don't forget to like and subscribe. All right, so I had to restart this because in the beginning of it, there was a lot of cursing going on. It was saying, you're an effing idiot. You came all the way out here from Kazakhstan just to see Shafkat, only to get kicked out. You're an effing idiot, as the guy is saying that is recording this right now. So, yeah, just a little interesting turn of events at the UFC 310 fight night. Obviously, I've done reactions to the fight night and everything that had happened, the full card, the main event, co-main event. But of course, there's always interesting aspects that are going on around the fight. Like, for example, fights in the stands. This happens a lot in baseball games, happens a lot in football games, especially if you're a Raider fan. But yeah, we're going to talk about this. We're going to talk a little bit about the event. And we're also going to talk about Syria, which is a hot topic story right now that is going on. So while the rest of the world was celebrating UFC 310 in December 7th, just on the other side of the world, which became December 8th, literally on the same date, same time as all of this is going on, rebels in Syria started taking over the Syrian regime. And we never thought this would happen. Let's take a look. What it seems is that there's people celebrating in the streets. There's gunfire, celebrating, people driving around, yelling certain political slogans. What's the flag of the Free Syrian Army, by the way, which is not really the official Syrian flag. That's more of the rebels' flag. Okay, but there's obviously a lot of different factions that have gone on in Syria for 10 years now. And we're going to talk all about that because this right here, look at this. They got RPGs, they got tanks. What does this mean for the stability of the world right now? And especially that we have a new American regime as well. You got to think there's something that could happen here. But what is that? And we're going to find out. Now, the third story I wanted to cover, not really political to any degree, but it does involve the UFC and Dana White and the man who's going to become 47, who used to be 45. Well, anyways, his dad, or his son, rather, Barron Trump, the son of a gun, literally a son of a gun, 45 and 47. I mean, it doesn't get any more son of a gun than that. So this is an article from New York Post talking about how, oh, this is going to freak out the supporters that Dana White asked, or I'm sorry, Donald Trump asked Dana White if Barron can be a fighter. And I say, why not? We're going to talk about all of those things. We're going to talk about Merab, the street fight, actually, it's not even Merab in the first place. It was actually his corner. And the reason why I even wrote that in the first place was because you don't know his corner, but you know Merab. But at least I'm going to make it clear for you right now that it was not Merab who got in a street fight, that it was his corner. And we're going to talk about that clip that we just saw and what does all that mean. But we're also going to talk about the Syrian rebels taking over Damascus and what does that mean. And this right here, 17-year-old Baron Trump, a potential UFC fighter. We're going to talk all about it. Stay tuned. So backstage, here it is. Aljo and Evloev just got into a war, fought inside the cage. Obviously, it went to the decision of Evloev, and that was that. But there was something going on in the stance. Now, obviously, it was supposedly a fan of Shafkat, according to the video and what I heard. Now, I didn't want to play the audio because there was a lot of cursing going on, and I just didn't want to add that into, so he was saying, you spent all this money to come down here and see Shafkat only to get kicked out. I mean, how dumb are you? Look, you got to understand how expensive UFC tickets are, right? Especially in Vegas, especially in big cities. And he got kicked out while flying from somewhere else. And we're talking about Kazakhstan, right? He flew all the way from Kazakhstan all the way to Las Vegas, all for what? Just to get kicked out? I mean, that's really what it comes down to, right? So, again, Merab, he didn't get involved in any of this, but Merab does have a history of getting involved in scuffles outside of the cage, especially with fans, because fans in the MMA world, I'm sorry to say, they're very toxic. A lot of them don't have anything positive to say. Many of them, I mean, live in their mom's basement. Look, I don't like to use this as a cliche, but there's a lot of truth to that. I mean, I try to do this thing where I just invite any random person to come on. Like, I'm talking about like random, fans on the page and all that, right? All of a sudden, this idiot starts playing music, and you're not supposed to do that. And then it's just like, I don't know, man. A lot of these people, I'm not going to say they're scumbags, but man, they totally live a different spectrum of life. Let me just say that, okay? And then you're going out there and getting into a fight with them. Sean O'Malley said it best regarding MMA Guru talking smack about every fighter. Like, how do you get mad and triggered at somebody that you can beat up when you know that you're a top-level fighter? But that's really what it is, and that's the name of the game by the end of the day. Either way, there's bigger things to worry about around the world, right? Like, for example, what's going on in Syria right now. I showed you guys earlier that the Syrian rebels have now taken over the Syrian regime. Now, I need you guys to understand that this rebel group is not the Islamic State. It is not the FSA or the Al-Nusra or other rebels. And by the way, back in 2014, the entire spectrum of alliance in Syria was just a mix and match. It was more confusing than LA gang politics, to be quite honest with you. But as years went on and as years went by, from 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24, there have been a lot of changes, and there have been a lot of fighting and slowly chipping away at the strength of the Syrian regime. Now, the Syrian regime had everything under control. It started from the Arab Spring, right? All of a sudden, all these different governments around the Arab Spring started changing, except for Syria. Syria was the only one that was holding everything down until different groups started coming in. Some of those groups were fighting with each other, but their main enemy and their main ops of this whole entire operation was the Syrian regime. And by the way, what's crazy is they had Armenian gang members back in 2014 come and fight for, guess who? The Syrian regime. There was a point where obviously the Islamic State had fallen. They had a bit of their difficulties, especially during the Trump administration. And as a result of that, well, the Syrian rebels, the Free Syrian Army, was the only one remaining at this time, and maybe perhaps a whole bunch of different factions over there that we may not know of. Because remember, in 2014, it was big news. Before you know it, it was a forgotten war that nobody really remembered. There was the fall of the Afghan regime back in 2021. There was all these other different situations that were going on, such as Yemen. There was situation going on in Libya. There's just a lot of situation going on in the Middle East. But by the end of the day, you can't continue to put yourself in these fighting situations that Bashar al-Assad had put himself into. And as a result, those rebels chipping away slowly every year, every day, every week, and every month, and then just going into year after year after year after year, it just basically became a situation that we are witnessing right now. So who knows? But what is Donald Trump going to do when he's in office? Well, we don't know yet. That remains to be seen, because he has to be sworn in again in order for him to really take any action. Now, he can plan from here on. He can sort of dictate, hey, you know what? I want these guys when I'm in office. I want this guy to be in this position. I want this guy to be here and this and that. But by the end of the day, he's not in office yet, and everything is just speculation for now. But speaking of speculation, how about this? The New York Times article that I was showing you guys earlier, okay? Now, I showed you guys that New York Times article earlier about Barron Trump, right? A video clip of President-elect Donald Trump and his son Barron speaking with UFC Dana White went viral Wednesday as the social media users noted that it was the first time they had ever heard of the 18-year-old's voice. The 17-second clip from the documentary series The Art of Surge, which chronicles Trump's most recent presidential campaign, shows the president-elect introducing his youngest son to White on election night. "How are you?" he says. "It's very nice to meet you," Barron says to a woman off camera, shaking her hand before he turns his attention to the UFC boss. So Trump notes that his towering son, by the way, he's 6'7". You guys seen, what's his name? Volkov tonight, 6'7" Russian. These guys, I mean, he's Russian and he's a Trump and he's 6'7". He's got a soccer background, maybe. So very popular among his young supporters. Yeah, he's been popular as of late, especially now that he's growing into a man. He's sort of used as this media prop to make Trump look good and make his dynasty look good. All of that, right? So I gave him a shout out last night and place went crazy. Barron, Trump tells White, possibly referring to the campaign rally. Barron then reaches over to shake Dana White's hand. "Hello, how are you? It's very nice to finally meet you," the once and the future first son says. The president-elect appears surprised that the two had never met before. Then he asked White, who introduced Trump at the Republican convention earlier this year, "Can we make him into a fighter?" This is what Donald Trump asked. Now, I got to tell you, a lot of people would look down on this, right? But hey, understand this. The son of Ramzan Kadyrov, the president of Chechnya, all of them fight MMA. So why would this be any different? Think about that. This should not be any different if the son of Chechnya fights MMA. But you know that a lot of people are going to have a problem with this because, let's just be honest, the world of MMA is not really all that advanced as people think that it is. But the quip drew laughs from onlookers and a head shake from Baron, who seemed like he wanted no part of cage fighting. So there you go. He wanted no part of cage fighting because look at where he grew up. But there are people out there that no matter how rich they are, they're down to fight no matter what. But on any regard, this is all that I have for you guys right now. This is my 15-minute video regarding topics of Merab getting into a street fight tonight at UFC 310 in Las Vegas. Syrian rebels taking over Damascus, sort of giving you a brief synopsis on what is going on in Syria from the time of the Arab Spring. And then we talk about Trump's son making it into New York Times regarding a UFC story with him possibly fighting in the UFC. Guess not. He's not interested in it. He lives a totally different life. He wants no part of it. In fact, he grew up playing soccer. Maybe that's what he should do. But either way, like and subscribe. I'll see you in the next video, next content, and everything that I do, inshallah. All right, guys. So we got about 10 minutes before the event is about to start. Let's take a look at the cards. I know that I was supposed to do that earlier on. I don't think the audio picked it up, but I'll briefly go over the card. So obviously, Marvin Vettori and Roman Dolidze right up top as the main event. Second time around for the rematch. Now, I just mentioned in a previous video where I made a video about Suge Knight, stating that maybe this fight doesn't really matter. And where does this go afterwards in terms of title contendership? Is Roman Dolidze really close to a title shot? Maybe a lot closer than most other lower ranked 185ers for sure. But for Marvin Vettori, he's already been up there. What are the chances that he'll get a shot again? Who knows? But yeah, this is the rest of the card. A lot of people that are really not as known as the way that they should be. And, you know, typical Apex fight night card. But we're here to cover it nonetheless. Now, look, there's not a lot of big names in this card. If you notice, a lot of the fighters here don't even have a Wikipedia. Ryan Spann comes into mind. That's a pretty well-known name. He's going into, I believe, his heavyweight debut. So that should be interesting. But again, for all we know, this could be one of the best cards of the year. We never know. All right, guys, so we are live right now for the fights. Let us put this on a timestamp right now. 4 minutes, 20. All right, so I gotta say this, right? I think that it is amazing that it is Michael Bisping's 100th time behind the mic, and I'm gonna tell you why I think that's amazing. Because look at it like this, right? This guy was a fighter who was brutally injured and damaged from his career, okay? And he transitioned into a new career in podcasting. Not only that, he transitioned into a new career in terms of commentary, and he's done a great job at it. Now he's on his 100 bid. I mean, you got to love that about Michael Bisping. Now, look, the biggest criticism that you can make about Michael Bisping is that he tends to talk about himself a lot, but you know what? The guy's a former world champion. You might as well just give it to him, right? Let him have it. At least for tonight. So, congrats to Michael Bisping. And here we are, fight night, Vettori versus Dolidze. We are about to cover it for all the hardcores that are watching right now. Because obviously, this isn't really one of those big fights like the normal pay-per-view numbers and whatnot. It's not the Conor McGregor fights. It's not the Alex Pereira fights. It's not the Ankalaev fight. It's not any of that. But what it is a hardcore fan fight. That, or you can call it just ESPN and UFC throwing fillers in there. Because as you know, they have a deal going on where the UFC has to put up a certain amount of events during the year, and with that, they're not going to have the most quality cards all the time. So they're going to have to throw in some fillers like this one. I don't even know who these two are, and I'm considered a hardcore fight fan, at least not in the way that I guess you could say MMA Guru is, but nonetheless, here we are. Nunes Duben walking into the cage right now from, I believe, Venezuela. I believe that's either a Venezuelan, I believe Venezuela. So everybody that's tapped in right now, don't forget to like and subscribe because we are going to cover these fights for you. All right, so this is a former Dana White Contender Series fighter getting ready to step into the cage against Cali Judice. All right, here we go. 28 years old versus 26, 5'4" versus 5'7", 68-inch for Carlisle, and fighting in the 125 division. All right, 3-round fight right here, flyweight fight. Oh, it's from Peru. All right. Mark Smith, the referee, who, by the way, is a fighter pilot, interestingly enough. Fight at the Impact Center. Here we go, round one. A front kick starting off with Judice. Jab by Judice. Low kick right there by Duben. 1-2 shot by Duben. 444, 443, 442. Oh, nice front kick next, right on the face of Duben. And now they're like slugging it out with 1-2 shots. Okay, little side kick right there by Duben. Leg gets caught momentarily. Now we got 405, 404, 403. Good left hand by Judice right there. Ooh, that's a good spinning back fist right there. Nice front kick right there. Hits her right in the body. Ooh, that was a head kick. She just got caught. That is a finish right there. She caught that head kick right there and ends her undefeated streak. That was amazing. Wow. Wow, that was a beautiful head kick. Wow, very good head kick. Ooh, good head kick right there. Wow. Yeah, that's a really good knockout right there. Really good. It was out of nowhere. And you know what? She used the basics, got in there. She just needed to wait one time to watch her put her hands down, and then she caught her at the right place, right time, and got the win. All right. Well, moving on. Next fight coming up. Yeah, really good head kick. Very good. Next one's going to be Priscilla Cachoeira taking on Jose Nunes in the women's bantamweight division coming up. Yeah, Patty the Batty versus Michael Chandler. That's going to be a good one. Yeah, she has had some viral knockouts herself, and she got knocked out tonight. It's just what it is sometimes. You live by the gun, you die by the gun type of situation. Now let's see this replay again. Yeah, it was a question mark kick. There's that 1-2 shot. And then she got caught right there. All right, her first win inside the octagon. Good win. All right, straight from Lafayette, Louisiana. All right, next fight coming up. And her gym, how about this? It's called Head Kicks MMA. If that, wow. What a name, huh? What a name that lived up to its name right now. All right, an all Brazil matchup coming up next. All right, next fight coming up right now. Priscilla Cachoeira taking on Josiane Nunes in the bantamweight division, women's bantamweight division, coming up right now. Now we're seeing Nunes walk out right now. Josiane Nunes walking out right now. All right, so this is a very exciting fighter in front of us right now. Josiane Nunes sort of resembles a combination of Gilbert Burns and a young Jose Aldo a little bit. I don't know if you guys get that type of vibes, but yeah. But yeah, this is going to be a good matchup. You know what? I'll be surprised if there's going to be a finish on this one. All right, out of Curitiba, Brazil. So a little Brazilian on Brazilian action right now. All right, Josiana, 31, 36 for Priscilla, 5'7", 5'2", 136, 135, and a reach 65 on Priscilla, even though she's taller, but 67-inch reach for Nunes. Battle was about to commence. Slow victories with 6 defeats. Almost a 50-50 record here. All right, here we go. Round one is about to commence. Right now, they've just been announced. They are ready, and the fight is about to start. All right, here we go. Well, look at Nunes right here. Just all right, good 1-2 by Vera right here. And then continuing at it as Nunes is walking forward. She's just responding with a 1-2 shot, not letting her walk even more forward or even closer. Very accurate in her punching here. Just throwing straight shots. Great job on her part right there. And then there's Nunes trying to swing wild with that one. Oh, okay. She gets rocked on that one. Okay, good volume between them right now. Good knees right there by Priscilla. Yeah, there are opportunities for an uppercut, but doesn't seem to want to take it. There's a low kick right there. Oh, wow. There's some good shots right there. Ooh. Oh, she just laid out Nunes. Nunes got laid out. Nunes got laid out. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Nunes got laid out. Wow. Wow, she got laid out. She got laid out. It was those 1-2 shots. Yeah, she kept dropping her head, and she timed it perfectly, and then it was all she wrote from there. Yeah, good lights out shot by Nunes there. She got, wow. All right, well, she gets the mic next. She's on her way up to the mic right now. Let's hear what she has to say. Great knockout on her part. And this music is almost perfect for like getting your lights taken, right? Like, my lights are out, I'm sleeping. My lights are out, I'm sleeping. All right, we just now gotta wait what she has to say right now. All right, they're back right now for the official decision. Wow, yeah, that was a great knockout. I mean, it was eventually going to happen. And you know what's great? We're getting all these knockouts. The card is going to move smoothly. Minutes and 46 seconds in the first round. All right, let's hear what Cachoeira has to say here. Yeah, 5 in the very first round for her. Yeah, coming off of 3 losses, she's glad that she got that one off. Yeah, you know what? The uppercut was there and it was open the whole time and she saw it. It was great, great uppercut. She just went down after that uppercut. Cachoeira very emotional right now. She said that she's fighting for drug overdose. Okay, so that's her cause that she's fighting under. She said she wants to open an institute for people. Interesting. She said that fighting took her out of that life. You know what? Very stereotypical comment, but a real comment nonetheless. Big ups to her on that one. Next fight coming up. All right, Daniel Barez coming up next right now. So they are ready to walk out into the cage right now. All right. It's coming up next right now. Andre Lima, Mosque Lima. Undefeated 10-0 right now. Wow, so just like that, he discovered MMA on TV while he was living in Brazil and just decided he was going to jump right on it. Sort of like a story that many aspiring MMA fighters go through, right? They just see it on TV and they decide, hey, you know what? I'm going to take a shot at this. I think I'm good at this. And that's usually how it starts. All right, so here's Andre Lima walking out right now. He's got the hat on, everything. Oh yeah, this is the fighter who's been bit before. If you guys remember, a while ago there was a fighter that was bit. So this is definitely, yeah, a story that I've highlighted in this page before. So yes, that is this guy. Yeah, so we're expecting a little stand-up battle here between them. All right, here's Daniel Barez walking out right now. Straight out of Spain. From Valencia, Spain. All right, so apparently this guy has very good boxing, something to look out for from this gentleman right here. All right, now at the prep point, ready to walk into the cage. All right, here we go. 36, Daniel Barez. 26, Andre Lima. 5'6", 5'7". Reach and weight virtually identical. 66 versus 67.5 reach advantage. 10 years edge between them. Are we going to expect another quick finish in this one? Who knows? We've been seeing a lot of quick finishes tonight so far, so I wouldn't see how anything would be different with this one, but it could be. Andre Mascate Lima. Usually when they say that a person is a freestyle fighter, what that usually means is that he's a well-rounded mixed martial artist. Didn't really start out with anything other than, I don't know why they just don't say mixed martial arts fighter. What is the difference between a freestyle fighter and a mixed martial arts fighter? Would anyone know? All right, here we go. Round one. Round one. Okay. Leg kick right away. 455, 453. There's another leg kick right there. Both now throwing leg kicks. Only mostly, okay, going back and forth with the leg kicks, both Lima and Barez. 443. Another leg kick right there. 440. Another leg kick by Lima, but another one by Barez. They're going back and forth with each other in this in these leg kicks. Yeah, Lima looks very calm, relaxed. Reminds me of Jose Aldo in a way. Like a young Jose Aldo, really fast reflexes with the kicks too. Yeah, very good technique on the part of Lima right here. Very technical sound. And now he's hunting him down right now. He's looking for the finish here. But a good takedown by Barez here to counter him from those good shots that he was taking from Lima. Now he's got his back, and now he's riding him on a backpack. Lima has Barez on a backpack right now. But he's got his legs hooked in between as he has his backpack. And now he's got a 2-on-1 position on the hand of Barez is Lima. Now they're broken up, 255, 253, 250 of the first round. Yeah, so Lima was really smelling the blood on that one. Ooh, there's another leg kick right there by Lima. Yeah, Lima, yeah, he reminds me of Jose Aldo and in a combination of a young Barbosa, if you guys remember the way that Barbosa used to throw these hard leg kicks. Probably one of the hardest leg kickers I've ever seen in the game. All right, now he's going to the body now. Oh, there's a spinning back kick attempt right there. Misses wildly on that one. Oh, that's a good one right there. Good shots. Oh. Oh, there's another calf kick right there by Lima. Okay, we got a stop at the action right now. I believe there's a rake in the eye. Okay, there's a thumb in the eye, actually. Yeah, it's a thumb in the eye. All right, now they're back in the action right now. Okay, now he's got a body lock. Okay, that's the end of the first round. The nose of Barez is busted up. Really good leg kicks on the part of Lima. Sort of advising him to breathe through the mouth right now. The corner of Barez is begging him to counterattack. Go on the counterattack, they said. He said you got to be very surgical in the way that you approach him. All right, round two. And the referee warning to keep the fingers closed. Round two between these two jets. Here we go. Body kick attempt right there by Lima. Ooh. It's really good in the way that he keeps his hands up. Very crisp, just simple boxing on the part of Lima, but a boxing that's sort of tailored to set up the kicks. And also he goes to the body as well. That's really interesting choice that he's using there. There's a good one right there by Lima. Yeah, that's a good point by Dominic Cruz, right? If he tries to shoot in, Barez tries to shoot in for some takedowns, he will really penetrate the hand defense of Lima to sort of, offset him a little bit. But look at this. I think, Lima's looking to finish right now. He's looking to finish Barez. Okay, now there's a shot right there, attempt, but a little too late after just getting rocked so many times like that. There's a body shot right there. Body shot punch by Lima. These head and leg body strikes by Lima is amazing right now. Just the sheer volume that he has. Oh, there's a 12-6 elbow right now. Ooh, good elbow, and he's got him cornered. Barez doesn't look like he's answering. Okay, there's an answer right there. Yeah, the referee's looking close to really stopping this right now. Oh, good shots right there. Okay, nice takedown right there. Even after Lima has a wizard on, Barez has a wizard on Lima like that, he still takes him down. So yeah, an opportunity for Lima to show some grappling skills here. Yeah, good groundwork by Lima right now. All right, one more round of this. Yeah, Lima is looking to get the finish or the decision here. All right, now they're both in the corner right now. All right, round number 3. All right, he's got a tough fight now. Ahead of him, Barez. Oh, there's a body lock, and then there's a takedown by Lima. Almost effortless in the way that he was able to take him down, probably because of the pressure and the shots that have been thrown at him. All right, so it seems to be pretty content fighting him off his back right now, or just fighting him on top while putting him on his back. Yeah, Barez could definitely throw an up kick here from the up-down position. All right, now Lima's taking the back of Barez, looking to finish here maybe with a submission to sort of show different wrinkles into his game. Oh, wow. Okay, he gets a submission right there. That's what I'm talking about. He just got the submission right there. All right. Great job on the part of Lima there to get that submission. So not only did he get that submission, he got a whole wide range of kicks in this whole entire fight to show not only his striking prowess, but also his grappling prowess as well. Yeah, here's another replay of his rear naked choke. He gets a figure 4 body lock right here. And then he just broke him down and then got the got those biceps right under the chin and got the submission. All right. Well, we await the official decision, but that goes down as a submission for Lima right there. Great breakdown of the strikes, only to lead and soften him up to get him on the ground and then get the rear naked choke. Very well-rounded fighter. Very well-rounded fighter. This is not somebody that you should sleep on. All right, that puts him now at 11-0. Man, a lot of Brazilians are coming up right now, man. They're, well, you know what? They've always been there. They've always been in the top 10 and in the championship levels. Now we got another one on the way up right now. Did he just call out MMA Guru from what it sounded like? He said he wants to fight the best striker in the division, and that's pretty interesting. There's not a lot of good strikers like him in that division, so it'll be really interesting to see who they match him up with. Yeah, so not only can they knock him out, he can tap him out as well, and he proved that tonight. All right, next fight coming up. Oh, that's going to be a good one, too, with Sean Brady and Leon Edwards for the London card. That's going to be a good one. All right, here we go. Luciano versus Hughes coming up right now. All right, so now we got the entrance of Hughes right now at the prep point as we await Luciano to enter into the cage. Right. All right, Luciano walking out right now. Yeah, this is always good when you have someone like her who's had amateur experience. It definitely goes a long way going into the pros. Back in the days, there was no amateurs or anything like that, so many guys just had to start off as a pro and, you know, really try their luck. All right, let's see if she can utilize her range and distance in this fight. Looking to strike against Hughes right here. How about that? Back-to-back first knockouts in women's fights. All right, Mark Smith ready to square these ladies off. All right, Sayif. So we're looking for 100 wins by Sayif Saud. 100 shows for Michael Bisping, 100 shows for, yeah, very interesting. As the coach of Hughes. Really fast start between them right now. Oh, that's a good one. Some good outputs and yeah, all the fights have had finishes so far. All right, catches the kick and then takes Hughes down on that one. All right, now keeps a body lock on her right now. All right, looking for a trip right there in that body lock. No good for Hughes. Ooh, there's a nice elbow right there by Luciano. You could hear a lot of Portuguese being spoken in the corner as this fight is going on. Ooh, nice. Okay, there goes an attempt takedown right there. And now she's got her in the wizard. Oh, there's a nice calf kick right there by Luciano. Ooh. If there's going to be a fight that's going to go to a decision tonight, could it be this one? Maybe not. I mean, hey, listen, the pace that these gals are going at, they may just finish each other at one point. All right. First round down, next round coming up. All right, so yeah, here we go, second round, and Sam Hughes should definitely try to look for some takedowns here. All right, we got 344, 343, 341. All right, nice takedown right here by Luciano. Oh, look at this. Is she looking to finish here? Ooh. Okay, now she's trying to use her feet into the cage to escape. The referee keeps pushing it out. 203, 202 of the second round right now. Now she's ground and pounding away is Luciano. Okay, now she's got her in the mount position, maintaining this right now. Hughes on top. Really solid mount position. Now she's got her back. Oh, there we go. She's looking to finish right here with 15 seconds left. Looking to finish with 10 seconds left. And the referee's warning the back of the head, and that is the end of the second round. We're going into the third round right now. All right, here we go. Hughes looking to get the finish, and Hughes looking to get the 100th win for Sayif Saud. All right. And here we go, third and final round. There's Luciano trying to go for that takedown. All right, yeah, she's looking to separate the hands right now as Luciano has a body lock around her. There we go. Now she's looking to shoot in for another takedown. Some good clinch exchanges here. Oh, good 1-2 shot by Luciano. Yeah, Luciano's very active in the strikes here. Oh, wow. The rounds just went by so quickly. Now we got about a minute left into the third round. Ooh. Yeah, even though Hughes has had a lot of good moments here, Luciano has had a lot of significant strikes here. And look, now she just sprawled onto that and stuffed that takedown attempt by Hughes. Yeah, this is a very tough fight to judge, man, honestly. But let's see who wins this one right here with just 10 seconds left. Oh, spinning back fist attempt right there in the last second. And that is it. All right, let's see how the judges see it. right, let's hear the totals. All right. All right. Hughes wins by split decision. Yeah, there it is, 100 wins in the UFC. All right, great win. All right. Ryan Spann is also coached by Sayif Saud, so let's see if he can get a win off of that one as well. All right, well, next we got Vera versus Musasass. Here we go, Musasass is coming up. Next fight coming up, let's go. So this is Musasass's debut. All right, from the Republic of Congo. 26 years old from Congo. Yeah, so from what I heard, he's got some serious power in his hands. We're going to be curious to see how this is going to translate right here tonight. Are we going to see a knockout? We've had a lot of finishes so far tonight. Can we follow up with that same trajectory? We're going to find out. So he's been boxing since he was 10 years old. That's good. That's a good skill to have, considering he's got serious knockout power. You know, it's one thing to know how to box, but it's another thing if you know how to box, and then on top of knowing how to box, you got power. Because there's a lot of guys that know how to box, but they don't really know how to have that put you away power. Sort of like Paula Malignaggi, right? I mean, he's a great boxer, knows how to win by points, knows how to win fights, knows how to box, but doesn't necessarily have all the knockout power that you need to really put your lights out. Fight veteran is Judice. Coming in here in his UFC debut. All right. Carlos Vera coming out to LL Cool J's music, I'm Bad. From Ecuador, Carlos Vera from Ecuador. All right, here's Judice being announced. All right, Herb Dean, referee of this matchup. Okay, he did miss weight, but he was allowed to lose a bit of more of the weight, so he came in a half pound over. But nonetheless, here we go, round one. Judice Musasass taking on Vera. Nice kicks right there. From the Congo, man. That's a hard place, bro. Hard place. You imagine how this dude grew up in the Congos. Just the name alone sounds hard. Like, where are you from? I am from Congo. I am from Congo. There you go. Vera is trying to fight jiu-jitsu style, laying on his back. It's like he's not having any of that. Ooh, there's a nice leg kick right there by Musasass. Vera follows up with his own leg kick as well. Oh, nice 1-2 shot by Musasass. Yeah, that's true. The way to Vera being able to offset the athleticism and the explosiveness of Musasass is to constantly throw different shots at a time, right? Oh, you just knocked him down right there. Yeah, Musasass is really showing a lot of power here, just sheer power on this guy. Oh, there's another one. Ooh, oh, he just rocked Musasass right there out of nowhere. And now he's got a rear naked choke on him. Musasass needs to really fight this off. The jiu-jitsu prowess. Oh, my goodness. He just caught him. Oh, my goodness. Vera gets a submission right there, just out of nowhere. Vera gets a submission. Head kick to rear naked choke. Wow. Oh, wow. Yeah, man, he's got some learning to do, but nonetheless, great potential still for Musasass. But Vera, he showed that he was a more well-rounded fighter tonight. Wow. Great job. Great job. I mean, you know what? You could call that a comeback, you know, which is kind of strange because he came out to LL Cool J, but he's like, don't call it a comeback. Because, you know what? Musasass was doing really good in that fight up until then, so... All right, man. Great job on Vera. Just to come back out of nowhere. All right, Young and Cunningham next, and then Ryan Spann. And Costa, I'm really curious to see how that one goes. I'm really excited for that one. Yeah, it's really good head kick on his part right there. Head kick transitioning into a rear naked choke. And there's Ryan Hall right there. What a win. What a win. What a guy. What a guy. What a win. All right, next fight coming up. We got two more fights left into the prelims and then into the main card next. Yeah, that was a really impressive performance by Vera, man. I really rate that performance highly. I mean, he was losing the fight, honestly, in my opinion, and then out of nowhere, he came out with that kick and followed up with a rear naked choke. It was great. It was great. We're getting a lot of finishes in this card tonight. That's what you like. That's what you want. You want a lot of finishes. I can't imagine there's not going to be a finish for the Ryan Spann and the Acosta fight. That's a heavyweight fight right there. That is definitely going to a finish. All right, so the next matchup that we got is Young and Cunningham, and that is also going to be in the 135 division. A very stacked 135 division in the UFC. All right, here we go. Here we go. Round one between Young and Cunningham coming up next right now. And round one began. 4:55, 4:53, 4:52. Cunningham sort of resembles the bantamweight version of Ian Gary a little bit, doesn't he? He has the haircut, has the look, sort of has the same similar body type, but the 145 version. You. And his last name is literally like you. So it's like if you're playing this in a video game, which one are you? Well, you are you right there. Like that, like you. It's literally right there on the screen. Like if you're a video game player, right? And you're trying to be guided as to who you are in the game. Well, that's you right there. Anyways, yeah. Nice body kick right there by you. Nice leg kick by Cunningham. Oh, he just rocked Cunningham right there. Ooh, good takedown by you. Very powerful takedown. Now he is right on top of Cunningham right now. Now let's see what the plan is for you right here. Yeah, good chest-to-chest pressure right there in the half guard position. All right, he's got a single leg on him right now. That's a good one. Good single leg takedown right there. Now following up right on the mount position. All right, now he's right back in the half guard position right now. There's Bryce Mitchell right there in the corner. All right, now he's got the back of Cunningham right now with just 15 seconds left. All right, good takedowns by you on this round right here. He definitely won this round. Yeah, he definitely won this round right here. There's Bryce Mitchell right there with Cunningham. And Montoya, the coach, is telling him to be a lot higher with the pace of his hands. He caught him there, and he says he just got to trust his hands. He just has to go trust his hands to continue on from here. Well, very interesting choice on his corner to not sit on a stool, but rather sit on the on the floor. Hey. Here we go. Round number 2. Yeah, it was a great ground control time by you there in the first round. Now going into the second round, let's see if he can maintain that momentum. Yeah, so Montoya really wants him to box in this round to sort of do something different from the first round, especially after getting dominated like that on the ground. You doing a very good job of keeping it close range. Oh, you rocked him on that one. He's actually doing also pretty good in the boxing exchanges here against Cunningham. All right, good exchanges right here. Yeah, you definitely has some good speed on him. Oh, there it is. He keeps catching him with these. Just out of nowhere. All right, here it is. Another single leg attempt by you, and then he gets him down right here. All right, now he gets him down again, now in a half guard position with you on top. All right, the corner of AJ Cunningham giving him some advice on how to get up from this position. Oh, wow, he's got a triangle here. He's got a triangle here. Okay, but he's still pounding away as he's locked into this triangle. But yeah, he's got a chance to switch to an armbar from this position, but yeah, he's safe. Okay, he's got out. He's got out right there. Great escape right there. 33 seconds left in the third round. Yeah, he's busted up right now, man. Maybe from the elbows from up top on you. All right, time. That is it. His corner is telling him he is down 2 rounds right now and he needs to take a risk. So in other words, he really needs to crash out on his hands and try something, get a knockout. One round to go. All right, final round. Here we go. All right, a couple of UFC debuts here tonight. Oh, he just hit him right there as he walked in. All right, now he's shooting in. Boom. That single leg and then gets down again. Yeah, he's very much ahead with, oh, wow, he's got a full mount position here now. maintaining this half guard position right now. You know, grappling makes the round go so fast. I mean, it's like you're grappling someone and out of nowhere, they, you know, next thing you know, it's like halfway across the round now. Now he's got the back. Now, from Cunningham's position, he just looks like he's accepting this right now. Yeah, it's definitely not going to help. All right, 50 seconds left of the final round. Oh, wow. Okay. All right, yeah. At this point, you won this one. You won this one hands down. All right, there it is. That's the end of the round. All right, yeah, he definitely won this one by decision. Shoutouts to Young with the win. Really good win. I mean, he maintained his top position the whole entire time, not allowing him to get up, and as a result, here we go. All right, well, next matchup is Ryan Spann versus Acosta. This is going to be a good one. All right, so Ryan Spann is walking into the cage right now. All right, here comes Acosta walking out to some Dominican Republic music, some mariachi or salsa music, rather. All right, here we go. Now they're both being announced right now. The fight is about to start in a matter of seconds. Here's Acosta right here. The debut, the UFC heavyweight debut of Ryan Spann. This should be interesting to see how he comes about. No, I did.
You did?
All right, here we go. UFC heavyweight debut of Ryan Spann. Nice leg kicks right there. Nice leg kick by Ryan Spann right there. Again, looking really huge at heavyweight, right? Like he really fits in heavyweight. And you know what? That kind of tells you there's a lot of light heavyweights that could probably really fit in well at the heavyweight division. And Spann is definitely. Ooh, there's an overhand right by Acosta right there. Nice head kick attempt right there by Acosta. Oh, I'm sorry, Spann. There's a leg kick right there by Spann. Overhand right. Oh, he just hurt Acosta right there. Looking really slick in this weight class. Oh, Smith called a stop. Okay, a little head bump right there. Stopped the action momentarily. Oh, he just hurt Ryan Spann right there. That's the thing about Acosta, man. He can just hit you with those hard shots out of nowhere sometimes. Oh, he just hurt Acosta right there. Oh, wow. They are both swinging for the fences right there. I told you this fight was not going to end in a distance decision at all, man. They are going for bombs right now. Yeah, the teep kick definitely works if you're as tall as Ryan Spann right now. I'm surprised he's not utilizing it as much. Oh, wow. He just hit him over the head right there while he was going for the teep kick. Well, he was off balance at the same time while he was doing that. Nice jab right there by Cortez. All right, less than a minute left now. Oh, wow. We've got 20 seconds left in the first round. What? All right, so the corner of Ryan Spann is asking him to go and shoot in some takedowns because, I mean, you know, the overhand rights of Acosta are really powerful, and he needs to watch those, and he can't take too many of those. Although Ryan Spann did hit him a few times as well, so quite even on their part. All right, double jab on both of them right here on round number 2. All right, there's a low blow right there, halting the action down. I think he was looking to jab into the body and then went down low on that one. So the timeout right now above 25 seconds. All right, time in. 4:21, 4:20, 4:19 of the second round back into the action. Oh, what is this? Another stop in the action right now. A bit of an eye poke there. I did. All right, there's a front kick right there by Ryan Spann. There's referee warning about the fingers again. All right, Acosta has got 24 head strikes as opposed to 8 for Ryan Spann right now. Oh, there's another timeout. Wow. This is the most timeouts I've ever seen in a fight. At some point, he has to take a point away from either guy. Oh, there it is. There's a low blow right there. He was trying to go for an inside leg kick and then obviously went down the middle. Okay, so now the translator is coming in to speak with Acosta, telling him he's committed multiple fouls and he needs to try and fight clean here. All right, so now there's a timeout. Yeah, with the amount of refs that they have, considering with all these timeouts and their heavyweights, I would imagine that's going to translate well into, you know, highly explosive shots. All right, here we go. Time in. .240, 239, second round. Ryan Spann's heavyweight debut coming from 205. There's a nice leg kick by Ryan Spann right there.
Yeah, I'm in.
All right, good jab right there by Acosta. Right, swinging wild, and he missed on that one. .48% for Acosta, 29 for Ryan Spann. That could make a difference right there going into the third round. Oh, what was that? Spinning heel kick he was trying to attempt. There was no good range in that one. Now he's shooting in for a single leg. Now just 25 seconds left into the second round. Oh, wow, he just knocked Ryan Spann down to the ground. Now he's looking to finish. He's looking to finish. He's looking to finish. That's it. Wow, he got a finish right there. Great finish on the part of Acosta right there. Great finish. That was great. Listen, not everyone can transition to heavyweight like John Jones can. I know that was the purpose of Ryan Spann, but it didn't help. He said, Dana, 50 G's, 50 G's. I tell you what, yeah, shout out to the Dominican Republic. You know, they're a big baseball country, but you know what? They got MMA fighters now, too. All right, so you just called out Derek Lewis and Tai Tuivasa. That's a good call out, actually. Good call out. Derek Lewis, former title challenger. Although, yeah, Tai Tuivasa did get a win over Derek Lewis recently, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he got a win over Derek Lewis back in 22, and then after that, he went on a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 losing streak. But that was a split decision loss against Jorginho, though. Yeah, nonetheless. All right, great win, great win. Well, we are on to the main card now of the evening. All right, we got the main card music playing, so we got the main card coming up next. All right, well, main card coming up next. All right, so just when we thought we had a good pacing, right? The prelims had a very good pacing, but here we are in the main card, 9 minutes into the hour, and they still have people talking. There's still Megan Oliva there talking. There's still Michael Bisping bragging about how it's his 100th, broadcast. So, yeah, man. We're still waiting for the next fight to come up. So the next fight is going to be Wu versus Vallejos. All right, a 6-fight main card. Let's see if they have a lot of finishes on this one like they did in the prelims. All right, so let's check out the highlights of this fella right here. At 145 pounds. Kevin Vallejos El Chino. Su Young Choi, The Sting. All right, so a 6-year veteran in the UFC right now. El Chino versus the Chino. Sting, that's a cool nickname. I wonder if he got that nickname because he grew up watching WCW with Sting. All right, here we go. The entrance coming out. All right, coming out to what it sounds like is some Argentinian music. How I recognize this is Argentinian music in this style is because there is this cafe in street was that? I believe it was on Fair Oaks in the Arden area, right? It was owned by this Argentinian guy, and he used to play like all types of like Argentinian music. He would make you feel like he's in Argentina, right? You know, he would play like all these soccer matches that only happen in Argentina, and then he would play all these boxing matches that involve a lot of Argentinian fighters. And so he'd play music like this. So I recognized right away this is Argentinian music he's walking out to. Kevin Vallejos. And then on top of that, let me tell you about Argentina. Man, those people, they are not racially sensitive whatsoever. I mean, look at this dude's nickname. His name is El Chino. You know why his name is El Chino? Because they're like, well, you know, you probably look Chinese. So, you know, we're going to name you El Chino. That's how they get down in Argentina. All right, being cornered by the UFC legend Korean Zombie. Shout out to Korean Zombie. He's got his own promotion out in Korea right now. If you guys remember, in the Abu Dhabi card, they had that, I believe he was either a Uzbekistani fighter or a local Arab fighter that asked Dana White, hey, Dana, I want shot at the UFC. And so he gave him that shot in allowing him to fight in Korean Zombie's promotion. So he flew from Abu Dhabi all the way to Korea, fought. He didn't win, but I wonder if Dana decided to sign the other guy that won. But nonetheless, here we are. All right, here we go. Really tall 145er here. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Joe Martinez. For those of you that don't know, for a long time, Joe Martinez was the voice of NorCal MMA, and now he's the voice of the UFC when Bruce Buffer is not there. Argentina. El Chino, and then there's the rest of his family right there in the crowd. Obviously not a big crowd, it's in the Apex Center, but yeah. All right, here we go. Argentina versus South Korea. Yeah, really tall 145er. Nice head kick by Choi. Wow, man. Yeah, I can't get over how tall of a 145er Choi is. But at the same time, he doesn't look like a 145. I'm sorry, a tall fighter that knows how to use his reach as much. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't really sit down a lot on his jabs the way that most traditional tall fighters would. The way that Hamza Shiraz, if you see the way that he jabs in boxing, right? You know, he really sits down on his jab and really utilizes the fact that he's tall. But right now, he's connecting with a lot of these leg kicks on Vallejos. Vallejos, not from Vallejo, but from Argentino. All right. .305, 304, 302. Oh. Music off during the fight. Whoa. Yeah, I would imagine the weight cut Choi has, right? Being 6 foot at 145, that has to be a lot of weight cutting he does, or maybe he's just naturally, you know, in that weight to where he's able to make it. Similar to Dan Hooker, he was an even bigger 145er, right? He's like 6'1", 6'2". You watch him stand next to Izzy, he's almost as tall as Izzy. And yeah, he fought at 145 at one point. But Vallejos reminds me of Topuria. I was about to say Topuria, and then he throws Ilia Topuria's style overhand right there. The way that he boxes. Oh, he just knocked him down. He's looking for a finish. He's looking for a finish. That's it. He got him. He got him. He got him. He got him. Finish. 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 Great finish by Vallejo. Great finish by Vallejo. And he lands a backflip on top of it. Yeah, just when I was about to say he reminds me of Ilia Topuria, he pulls off an Ilia Topuria performance. There you go. There you go. All right, great. Music on. All right. Kevin Vallejos. Let's hear what he has to say here. Let's see who he calls out. See if he calls out anyone interesting. They have one dude doing all the Spanish and the Portuguese translating. I recognize the same guy that they always use to do all the translating. Oh, wow. Okay, that's very classy of him to big up his opponent. Obviously went through a tragedy and then still went to this fight. So they said tremendous performance. Are asking where are you planning on taking this career? Boom. Look at the way that he sits down on that shot. John Silva. All right. Oh, that's a good call out. I know John Silva right now is busy with Bryce Mitchell. All right, there it is, man. Next fight coming up. I think next fight is going to be a catch weight because there was some weight discrepancy issues there. So Dayar Nuragai taking on Brenson Ribeiro at 210. I think Ribeiro is usually a 205er or a 185er, but how about this next week in London? Sean Brady taking on Leon Edwards. That's going to be a fun fight. All right, how about that? Carlos Ulberg is also going to be in that card against Jan Blachowicz. Wow. Gunnar Nelson against Kevin Holland. Kevin Holland, an and then Molly McCann's going to be up in it too. Nathaniel Wood against Morgan Cheyer. Chris Duncan. Yeah, the usual suspects that they usually put in the London cards. How about this? Dayar Nuguzai. Look at this dude. All right, here we go. Let's check out Nurgasai fighting in his UFC debut right now. Wow, okay. Pancration, huh? It's a good base for MMA. Obviously, it is MMA, just on an amateur level where you can't really hit in the face, and it's sort of fought with headgear and shin guards. Similar to Sambo. I mean, yeah, Sambo is basically an amateur system of MMA, just without the cage. All right. Ribeiro, also a Dana White Contender Series vet. All right, he should have an entrance going right now. Here we go. There's Ribeiro walking into the cage right now. All right, so Ribeiro's walking in right now in the prep point. All right, Charles, here we go. The fight's about to start. It's about to commence. Battle is about to commence. And Herb Dean is the referee. All right, here we go. Round one. At a catch weight of 210, I believe one of these gentlemen missed weight. So, fun fact, Rich Franklin and Lyoto Machida fought at 210 pounds. It was a special weight that they had to fight under back in Japan. Maybe there's a 10% off. 10% off your fight purse for every weight that you missed. So nice front kick right there by Ribeiro. Nice head kick right there by Ribeiro. Yeah, Ribeiro still takes this fight, even with the weight miss by Nurgazai. Yeah, good defense on both guys right now. Yeah, good striking on Nurizai. I mean, he really has good striking defense, and you can tell as well by how he moves his hands around, especially when he tries to telegraph what it is that Ribeiro's doing. See, the way that he was able to telegraph that kick and catch it, that's a sign of somebody that really is a good high-level striker. And also you can tell just by the way that he moves his feints and all that. He's been ready for this level for quite a while. Oh, big shot by Ribeiro right there. He just knocked him down. Now Nurgazai's getting up. Oh, he caught him with that one. That was a good shot by Ribeiro. Spinning back kick. Body kick by Ribeiro. Oh, good knee by Ribeiro. Now he's got Nunes cornered. There's a head kick attempt right there by Nunes. Oh, spinning back fist missed, and now Ribeiro shoots in for the takedown. That's the end of the round. All right, so the corner of Ribeiro is begging him to not brawl with Nunes, and he's saying that he's doing a very good job of keeping this fight on the feet. So there was no corner cam for the Kazakh, maybe because they couldn't find a Kazakh translator. How about that? Alexander Volkanovski taking on Diego Lopez. Straight shots right there by Ribeiro. Whoa, spamming those leg kicks right there. And then there's Nunes shooting in for a double leg, gets it. He gets it, but then there's a guillotine attempt as Ribeiro is trying to get up from the cage. Back to the body lock, now back on the floor once again, continuing that body lock. Now he's in the back of Ribeiro right now. Oh, wow. He had, he just got him right there. He just got a Kimura. He just got a Kimura on him. He got a Kimura on him. Picture perfect Kimura. Wow, yeah, he caught him with that Kimura. Wow, yeah, great finish. All right, music on, and we will be back for the official decision. Well, all right, here we go. Next fight coming up, Blackshear versus Cody Gibson. All right, here comes Damon Blackshear walking out to 50 Cent. Along with the legendary Robbie Lawler in the background. There's Robbie Lawler right there in the background cornering Blackshear. All right, here we go. Music off. Fight is about to commence. They are about to be announced right now. All right, round one. Ready to start up right now. Yeah, the prelims were full of crazy finishes. Let's see if they follow suit in this one. There's a takedown attempt right here by Cody Gibson. Blackshear has a wizard on the arm of Cody Gibson, while Cody Gibson is still attempting a single leg takedown right now. Nice escape on that one. Now he's going for the body every time. Look at this. Oh, wow. He is overwhelming Blackshear right now. Yeah, he's doing Robbie Lawler stuff to the student of Robbie Lawler right now. Okay, now he's shooting in for a double leg while Blackshear is attempting a guillotine. He doesn't get it. Okay, good takedown defense on the part of Blackshear right now. While Cody Gibson is looking for an ankle pick right there. So significant strikes, 21 on Gibson, only 2 on Blackshear, with 3:17, 3:15 left in the first round. All right, now he escapes that one. Now they're back up squared up. Leg kick by Gibson. Pendulum, whatever that means for the corner of Cody Gibson. Sometimes when they say certain things in the corner, only they can understand it in their own code. Like, for example, Frankie Edgar's corner, I've heard them say something along the lines that do the jersey. I'm like, what does he mean by that? Do the jersey. You know, I can only take a guess, being a former New Jersey resident myself. I could probably take a guess what he means by that. Means probably drive down a turnpike, maybe. That's what he probably means by that. But again, only they know. I'm only speculating. Only they know what that means. All right, here's Blackshear having a hand on his head right here with Cody Gibson right on top. Okay, he's looking for guillotine right here. Oh, wow. He's got it locked in. He's got it locked in. Reverse triangle right there. He misses out on that one. All right, now he's in a north-south position. He's got a north-south choke. You momentarily let it go there. Sometimes when you have a grip on your opponent, sometimes you can't hold on to the grip and you just naturally let it go. So, all right, that's the end of the round. Well, a hard round to score because although Cody did a very good job in the beginning of the round, Blackshear, by the end of it, was looking pretty strong in the scrambles and the submission attempts that he was throwing at Gibson. All right, the corner of Gibson likes what they see. Some would give it 10-9 Gibson. I'll give it 10-9 Gibson. I think he won that round. Let's see how he adjusts in the second round. Will he maintain or will he fall out of the frame? Let's find out. All right, round 2. All right, nice leg kick right there by Cody Gibson. All right, good transition there by Blackshear. Now Blackshear is in side control of Gibson out of nowhere. He's looking for that Kimura attempt right here in the side control position. Will he get it? All right, now he maintains side control on the other side of the side, if that makes any sense. He was on the other side of the side control. Now he's on the other side of the side control on the opposite side. Try saying that 10 times with the speed of Bone Thugs and Harmony. .130, 90 seconds left in the second round. Oh, he's got the Kimura. He got it. He got it. He got it. He got it. He just submitted Cody Gibson. That was awesome. That was awesome. All right. 8 hours and 28 minutes into the live stream, he gets a submission. Yeah, it was a back-to-back Kimura right there. A Kimura from the last fight, a Kimura in this fight. Kimura's everywhere. All right. UFC 123 was the last time they had back-to-back Kimuras in a same event. And it's done here in the most mediocre fight night ever. But that's why I tell you, these are hardcore fan fights, type of, events, man. I mean, it's not the biggest event, but if you're a hardcore fan, you're going to enjoy these. And you know what? You'll see fights like this, too, in the regional scenes as well. But it just so happens that because the UFC is saturated with constant content that they have to pump out every week due to their contract with ESPN, you are going to see these fights often. Speaking of hardcore fan, look at this. The biggest hardcore fan of them all, George St. Pierre, in attendance. So that's why treat every fight like it's the biggest fight, even if it's not the biggest fight night, because George St. Pierre definitely treats it like it's a big fight night. I mean, listen, if George St. Pierre attends an Apex card, who are you to not, pay attention to these fights, huh? George, what do you think of these fights? Well, I think these fights are very good. I like seeing that the Kimura was back-to-back. This is very good. I am very impressed by everyone's performance. So, George, what else brings you out here tonight? I am here tonight because I am promoting karate combat. Oh, so you're here for a reason. You're not just here because you're a hardcore fan. Well, I am a hardcore fan because I enjoy seeing back-to-back Kimura, and I'm very impressed by their performance. But I am also here to promote karate combat. But you're not really a hardcore fan, George? You don't really watch the fights like that? No, I don't. Yes, I do. I like the performance. It was good. Back-to-back Kimura. I am very... Thank you, George. Thank you. Back to you. Back to you, Michael Bisping. All right, so in that UFC 314 card, they got two Fight Nerd members, Carlos Prates and John Silva, up in it. And then obviously the UFC debut of Patricio Pitbull. And then coming up next, we got Alexander Hernandez taking on Kurt Holloway. All right. One last fight before the co-main event and then the main event. Really early, obviously, because the main card started at 7. So, yeah. I would imagine because the main cards are 7 o'clock in the pay-per-view time slots here in the West Coast, that's probably 4 p.m. in Hawaii, I would assume, right? If that's a 3-hour difference. Is that the 3-hour difference from here to All right, let's look up what the current time is in Hawaii right now. Time right now. Okay, so it's 2:30. All right. All right, so yeah. Okay. All right, shout out to Hawaii. And speaking of Hawaii, everybody check out my BJ Penn video that I made about all the conspiracy theories that he had going on. Is there any CIA involvement in Max Holloway's knockout? Yes, this is what's going on with BJ Penn. He thought that the Max Holloway loss was due to a CIA conspiracy. Somebody get this man help, please. All right, Alexander Hernandez and Kurt Holloway coming up. Yes, so really, guys, check out my BJ Penn video that I have out right now. A lot of crazy stuff going on. He thought that his mom was being cloned and replaced by government agents. I gotta tell you, man, I think he was hanging out with my homie Mike from the East Coast a little too long. BJ, I told you not to hang out with Mike, BJ. I told you that boy was going to get you into a rabbit hole that you don't want to be in. All right, Alexander Hernandez now walking out to the prep point. My man walking out to Kanye West. Yeah, so apparently Kanye West doesn't like any of Kendrick's music. I don't know what's up with that. I mean, hey, you know what? Music is subjective by the end of the day, but maybe a part of that is just the fact that he's hating. You know, maybe he's hating because he has all the attention right now, the way that he did it. But yeah, I'm sure, you know what? I'll tell you this, right? Just by looking at Kendrick Lamar's whole entire demeanor, I guarantee you he doesn't share any different views than Kanye. The only difference is, you know, some people just know how to be quiet about it more than others, and I think that's just what it is. All right, here we go. Music off, fight's about to start. Man, everyone's family is coming out to this fight. I think the only people that are in the crowd are the family members of the fighters in the crowd. If you remember Justin Gaethje when he fought Khabib in Khabib's retirement fight, I think the only people that were in the crowd was Justin Gaethje's family. That and a bunch of other Emirati sheikhs that were in the room, and then Dana White, and that's it. But yeah, with this one, I think it's the family members of everybody that's in the card that I've seen so far. All right, here we go. Round one's about to start. Kerry Hatley, the referee, signaling both men. Are you ready? Are you ready? Fight is about to commence. Round one. 455, 453, 452, 450. All right. Good combination right there by Holloway. Oh, good shot by Alex Hernandez. There's Alex Hernandez. What was going on there? It was, 1-2 shot. Oh, high kick right there by Hernandez. All right. So usually International Fight Week lands in July, but in the past couple of years now, well, at least last year and this year, it's landing in June. So that's quite interesting. Nice leg kick right there by Hernandez. Another leg kick by Halabu to follow up. Clashing punches. Oh my goodness, he just rocked Hernandez right there. That was a good one. That was a good one. I believe Hernandez is the favorite of this fight too. Nice combinations. Yeah, really good boxing on the part of Alex Hernandez from what I've seen him do over the years. And the significant strikes between them are quite even right here. 22 for Hernandez, 25 for Halabu. Not too far away at this point of 30 seconds left in the first round. Okay, Alex Hernandez shoots in for a takedown. Oh, wow, there's a guillotine attempt right there. There's a guillotine attempt. There's a guillotine attempt. I think he's hinting that it's all good, or okay, he's out. All right, that's it. That's the end of the first round.
What? I'm just gonna put this in the box. I forgot my lunch bag.
All right, 420, 419, 418, and there's Halbu right there with the assault on Hernandez, backing him up against the corner. Oh, nice 1-2 shot. Oh, try to go for that spinning kick right there. Yeah, Halabu's cooking him right now. Kirk popping off on this round. I mean, what a fight so far. Yeah, Halabu's got some serious punch power that he wants to unload on Hernandez here. All right, there's a leg kick by Halabu. Oh, he just rocked him. He just rocked him. All right, now he's got him clinched up against the cage. All right, he's looking for a Muay Thai plum there. Okay, now they're broken up. Oh, wow, man. Yeah, 2000. He's been fighting in the UFC since 2013. But yeah, obviously fought in other organizations as well outside of it. Now, Hernandez took him down. 145 left in the second round. All right, great job on top control by Hernandez so far. He's looking to pound his way into victory right now. Meanwhile, here's some omoplata positions attempted by Halabu. 45 seconds left in the second round. Oh, good shots. Thirty seconds left. Now in a full guard position with just 8 seconds left. 3, 2, 1, and that is the end of the second round. All right. I'm going to have to give that second round to Kurt. Although Hernandez did end that round pretty well on top, but still, I think Kurt did a whole lot more than Hernandez did. All right. Third and final round. Okay, good takedown by Hernandez. All right, now Hernandez is looking to take the back. Now he's in a half guard position. All right, we got 3 minutes left into this round right now, and Hernandez is doing a very good job of controlling the top. There's a great chance that he could win this just based on this performance alone with everything that he's doing up top on the ground. All right, now they're back up on their feet right now. All right, good takedown by Alex Hernandez. Shoots in for that double leg takedown. All right, 1 minute left, and Alexander Hernandez is on top with 1 minute left in the third round. All right, there's a Kimura attempt right there, and maybe another Kimura, huh? "20 seconds left. All right. This could be a draw right here, but who knows? And that is the end of the round. That is the end of the fight, period. Official decision coming up. Judges scorecards. Let's get it right here. All right, Hernandez wins by unanimous decision. All right, impressive win by Alexander Hernandez there, right? Again, the wrestling at the end of it is really what won him that fight, ultimately. It was the wrestling that won him the fight in the end, and shout out to him, man. He deserved that win nonetheless. So, all right, on to the next one, main event. All right, so we got the co-main event next. They are previewing right now the fight between Leon Edwards and Sean Brady. That's going to be a good fight because I'm curious to see where exactly is Leon Edwards. Now, obviously, both of these guys fought Bilal Muhammad. Two different circumstances. One was a title eliminator. The other one was for the title. But yeah, we'll see where Leon Edwards is on this one. Another UFC London card. That's going to be interesting to see. All right. Now, coming up is Njoku versus Dos Santos. All right, Dos Santos has now walked into the cage. All right, Garland, Texas's own JD Njokani is now walking into the cage at the prep point. All right, so co-main event of the evening. Here we go. Chiji is now in the cage. Now they are about to be announced. All right, here we go. Round number 1. The final assignment for Mark Smith. So I wonder who's going to main event or the main event. All right. Fight is on. There it is. Started off with a teep kick as Dominic Cruz called it in the commentary section. There's another teep kick right there. Yeah, that is true, right? You know, the Muay Thai style is not really all that super elusive or super like yeah, not elusive or footwork heavy, just you know, really linear. And that's kind of what is displayed by Chidi right now. Oh, there's a low blow right there. Nice. He's continuously throwing that teep kick like a jab. Oh, he just rocked Chidi right there. Santos is charging in right now. Okay, now he's got, oh, wow. Okay, but yeah, it is Chidi who's on top. Now they're scrambling for position. Okay, now they're back squared up. Striking away once again on the feet. Oh, wow. Significant strikes on the side of Inchikawani right now. But it is Dos Santos that has the top position under control. Yeah, he seems to be too satisfied with his position right now, not swimming away and not trying to transition himself out of these clinch positions. All right, that's the end of the first round. Second round coming up. All right, leg exchanges here, throwing some kicks at each other, swinging wild here. Ooh, nice kick right there by Injukani. Ooh, that was a nice one right there. Really hard kick right up the top on the head. Yeah, they're getting real active right now. That capoeira goes out the window when it gets real. Chitty is like a welterweight John Jones in a Muay Thai kind of way, not in a wrestling kind of way, obviously. But yeah, his Muay Thai is sick for sure. Okay, there's a timeout right here. So as Santos was throwing that hook, Njoukani accidentally put some thing in his eye. Okay, here we go. Round number 2. Okay, here it is. Continuing to perpetuate that front kick and these teep kicks that he's throwing. Oh, nice head kick right there. Just relentless with these kicks. I mean, it seems to be working for him. So, you know, don't fix what ain't broken, right? You imagine if Jalen Turner, oh, he just rocked him right there. Oh, he's about to finish him. Njoukani is looking to finish him right here. He's looking to finish him. He's looking to finish him. Oh, that is it. Njoukani just finished him. Wow. Great finish by Njoukani. Great finish by Njoukani. Yeah, he kept the distance where he wanted and just picked them apart the whole entire time. That shows you how in MMA anything can happen at any time, man. Really amazing. All right. Official decision coming up next. Or official results, rather. Yeah, man, that guy's a dangerous striker. At any time, he can come out there and finish you. All right, so we got the main event coming up next. Yeah, so far, all the action was jam-packed to the max, right? Just finish after finish after finish. And let's hope that the same follows with this one. So yeah, right now they're just showing the video package as we are about to head into the main event of the evening. All right, here we go. Here's the entrance of Marvin Vettori. Or is it Marvin Vettori or Roman Dolidze that's coming out first? It's Roman Dolidze, obviously. And there's Merab right there in the corner of Dolidze, along with Eric Nixick. All right, here comes Marvin Vettori walking out right now. I'm trying to figure out what song this is that Marvin Vettori is walking out to. I know it's an East Coast song. It's either AZ or Young Jeezy or MOP. Oh, what? He forgot his cup? No way. No way my man forgot his cup. That's crazy. And Roman Dolidze is getting mad right now. Talk about forgetting your balls before going into All right, I think they got the cup on now. Well, all right, here we go. Now, all right, here we go. Roman Dolidze has been announced. All right, Marvin Vettori has now been announced. They now face each other in the middle of the octagon. All right, here we go. Round number one. Oh, nice little axe kick right there, attempt by Dolidze. Oh, he just rocked Marvin right there. Yeah, he's looking to counter Marvin, and Marvin looks like he's trying to really swing right in there. Oh, wow. Good shots right there by Roman Dolidze. Low kick by Dolidze right there. Very identical to the first fight, actually, yes. Except this one is contested in a 5-round fight. Oh, nice one. There's yeah, he checked that kick right there. Oh, nice one. Yeah, very difficult for both of these guys to hit each other when they're looking for the same things. All right, being warned about that eye poke right there by Herb Dean. All right, so round 2, here we go. Oh, there's an eye poke. He got a stern warning on that one. He may have to take a point on that one. That's going to cause... Oh, it's a thumb to the eye, man. All right. Yeah, stern warning. There we go. Wow. Okay, so that there's no point taken. Okay, just another hard warning. The first warning was a stern warning. This is a hard warning. It's a double warnings. More warnings than Biggie Smalls. There's gonna be a lot of slow singing, and we're ringing if my bugger alarm starts ringing. Oh, good. Switching stances right there with a back fist by Roman Dolidze. All right, here we go. Good leg kicks right there by Marvin Vettori. Hey, there's a front kick right there by Roman Dolidze. Yeah, real chess match between them right now. Just high level striking between these guys. All right, there it is. End of round 2. Very close round between these guys. So, all right, we got 2 rounds down and 3 to go. Literally in the middle of the fight right now. Oh, okay. Man, Marvin just rocked him right now. Marvin's trying to follow up. Oh, he got him hurt. Oh, he got him hurt. He got him hurt on that one. Oh, there's a head kick attempt right there. Oh, nice. Nice step and jab right there. Oh, good counter by Roman Dolidze there. Yeah, this is an all kickboxing affair so far. There was literally no one trying to take this to the ground at all. Oh, there's a high kick right there by Dolidze. Another high kick by Dolidze. Oh, there's another one. Another high kick by Dolidze. 1-2 shot by Vettori. Oh. Okay, there's another leg kick right there by Dolidze. All right, 10 seconds left in the third round. All right. Regulation ends going into championship rounds. Oh, okay. So Nixick is telling him, to hit him with a car crash every time he tries to step in because he's not really doing anything when he steps into a certain angle. And Eric Nixick is complimenting his kicks. He's telling him to keep doing that. Right now, I would probably say 2-1 Dolidze right now going into this round. 2-1 Dolidze. Yeah, 2-1 Dolidze for sure. One of those rounds for sure was Marvin, but 2-1 for Dolidze. All right, championship rounds. Here we go. 10 minutes left into this fight. Yeah, there wasn't really any takedown attempts by any of these guys the whole entire fight, really. Henry Cejudo got it in 1919. Very competitive so far. One of these fighters needs to take a big risk. Very true. Yeah, so the last time out, they went all the distance, 3 rounds. Now they got 5 rounds to work. And that makes sense, right? Knowing that they are going into a 5-round fight, maybe that's the reason why they decided not to wrestle, being able to just go out and pace themselves, perhaps. So that has something to do with it. And they're both very comfortable fighting on the feet anyway. So there it is, continuing to perpetuate that front kick, Dolidze, but also following it up with a head kick. I think he's gonna look for a head kick again. He's doing pretty well with those, but you just gotta find the right time to do so. Oh, he's got Marvin Vettori hurt right there, but Marvin Vettori smiles away as he's circling around the cage. Yeah, Vettori was the favorite coming into this. Not for me. I really had Roman Dolidze winning this one. Yeah, and the pace of Dolidze is increasing as Vettori is slowing down. With just a minute left, literally 6 minutes left into this whole entire fight. All right, that's the end of the round. Ooh, that was a good spinning elbow right there. Okay, they're asking for volume on this dude. All right. Fifth and final round. Nice head kick right there by Roman Dolidze. Oh, he just rocked him with that straight as Marvin was walking in. Yeah, so now they're letting it go right now at the end of this fight right here. So let's say connected with a clean knee to the eye and some spinning elbows, man. That's a pretty big highlight of the fight. Other than that, they've both been fighting each other in the same similar pace. Yeah, the fight definitely looks very similar to the first one. I tell you what, if you don't like this fight, you're a casual. Oh, yeah. I'll say it right now. You're a casual if you don't like this fight. Because what these guys are showing right now is high technical prowess. And by the way, I'm not joking when I said that. Oh, little low blow there. Oh, yeah, they definitely are going to sprint after this break right here from that nut shot. Okay, keep them clean, Herb says. He says, you ready? All right, there we go. Time in. 140, 139, 138. 95 seconds. 90 seconds. Ooh, good knee up top. Ooh, that's a good head kick right there. $100 significant strikes in the last 4 to 5 fights for Marvin Vettori. Yeah, Dolidze has been outlanding him in the last 5 rounds. That may play a factor into this fight. I mean, especially since there were no takedowns. Now, kind of makes you think, why didn't Marvin Vettori try any of that? Perhaps to try and be different than, than the next guy. All right, they go to distance. All right, well, we are about to find out who won this fight right here. I'm going to have to go with Dolidze on that one. What do you guys think? I don't see how Marvin Vettori won that fight, but you never know. Well, there it is. Roman finally won that one. Vindication. Once again, he won that one. And Marvin Vettori won the last one. That's how it goes. There it is. Man, I got to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that right there was a long stream. I'm glad that I got to do it. Hey, you know what? That stream lasted all the way till the end of my fasting, which is going to be in a couple of minutes from now. So it's a good thing that I got to do that live stream while I was fasting at the same time. What a blessing. And shout out to Roman Dolidze. Shout out to everybody that was in this card. I'll see you guys in the next content, next live stream, next video, and whatever it is that I'm going to do. Thank you. I'll see you guys in the next one. MMA needs. If you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie, Abu El Kir MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all